everybody, and welcome to the NECC Rocket League once again. My name is Bass from the Past, joined alongside by none other than Tugboat. And Tug, welcome to the stream for the first time, my friend. I believe this is the first time that we've been able to actually get you on here, and I am very excited to have you. How are you doing on this fine Tuesday, my guy?
I'm doing very, very well. I'm doing very, very well. A little national esports collegiate action, conference action, excuse me, starting here on today. Yeah, I got to catch up with them with the NECC out there in Indiana and stuff. You know, it was really cool. But that was a long time ago, right? The time no longer really matters during this COVID time, right, Bass?
No, it does not. It flies by. And speaking of time flying by here, we do apologize for a little bit of the delay. So we're going to hop straight on into the action here with our very first game in this best of 5. The teams we have playing here today are going to be Johnson & Wales Yellow versus East Stroudsburg University here. And this is definitely a little bit of a tale of two different sides of the coin, if you will, Tugboat. It's a team coming in 4-0 and a team 0-4. But for Stroudsburg, maybe they can get something done here today.
Yes, they have picked up single map win against Springfield College Pride. That was 2 weeks ago. Now looking to do that one again. At least something here. Obviously, they have as even a shot as anybody else. We'll take a look at this. Now looking at these players, I will run through JWU. That's your Johnson & Wales University squad. That is Persil's. That is Wi-Fi. That is Stoops. And I believe that is the sub Jackplox we might get to see today.
Well, we're going to have to find out. For right now, they are currently running with the trio of Soul, Luminous, and Luna. But on the other side of this, we've got Purcell's, Wi-Fi, and Stoops, who, yeah, they're a pretty well-known trio here. They've done a lot of really impressive things so far. Like we said, they are 4-0 on the season, and they might be starting off 1-0 here in this game. Shots on target, but they'll ring off the bar, and no follow-up will be found. Luminous will be able to wipe the sweat off their brow for at least a second, but it is only a second, because Stoops comes flying in and finds the first.
Yeah, Stoop with the scoop. That's right across the middle. That's going to be given up all day long. And that's going to be rocketed in right there. Luna Stone and Soulshine kind of getting front row seats to that first goal. 48 seconds into this one, Johnson & Wales taking the lead.
Do indeed take the lead, but can they hold on to it? Plenty of time left here in this game. And I would say for ESU here, you know, this is not necessarily a game that they expect themselves to win out the gates, but they do need to try and just find some momentum of some sort here. Because, like we said, JWU come into this one the heavy favorites. They've already proven very quickly why they are a very capable team, as Purcell's is able to make the save. No such luck on the other side. 3:45 to go here, and JWU continue to go back and forth with their opponents, but still have held on to the lead for now.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job so far. Johnson & Wales. This whale is a flying. I never thought I'd say that one. They are doing some fantastic stuff aerially so far, just using this boost to really push this one up top. You know, like really so far, when you're talking about kind of these dogfights, these aerial acrobatics, it has been this JWU squad. I think you called it JWU. JWU it is. JWU it is. It has been JWU up top all day long.
Listen, I'm not the one who named him JWU. I thought the same thing. I was like, JWU, right? Nope. Apparently the team likes to be called JWU. So you know what? We will abide by whatever they ask here today. And so far, they've abided by their own will throughout this entire game, putting on the pressure against this ESU side. They might just be able to continue with that here as more shots are trying to rip off in front of the target, but interrupted by this ESU defense. And I gotta say, for a team that's 0-4 on the season, you do kind of expect this one to be a little bit more one-sided than what we're seeing right now. ESU, their defense really has been able to stand up to most of the shots that Johnson & Wales have fired at them.
You're talking about defense. I got to talk about offense, right? They've already fired a couple quick ones across the bow so far. East Stroudsburg has. Yes, they are down by 1-0, but halftime, a 4-0 team versus a 0-4 team that's only found one map win. East Stroudsburg is doing fine right now. Ooh, as I say that, Wi-Fi bouncing one in is not one but two different defenders. Can't really get a hand onto this one, Bass.
Hey, listen, it's the caster curse. We knew it was going to happen at some point throughout this day. It's unfortunate for ESU that it happens within the first game, because maybe it's going to curse the series overall for them. They're halfway through game number 1, do not have a goal to show for it, but they've got plenty of time, like we said, to try and get back into this. They do not want to concede a goal here, though. And as Purcell reads it off the ceiling and off the kickoff, it'll go 3-0 in favor of JWU.
Yeah, talk about an off-ceiling read right here. Wi-Fi's perspective, but Purcell's goal right now. Plenty of, man, maybe I shouldn't have said anything really, right? That was 2 scores for JWU there in the past 30 seconds or so after East Stroudsburg takes this to beyond halftime. with only one score on board. That's a situation we no longer find ourselves in. Long day of NECC Rocket League as well, right? There's another match, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard. Talking about Rocket League all day long. Lots of high-flying collegiate action is just getting started right now, Bass from the past.
100%. And the crazy thing is that it's not just collegiate action here on the main channel. We've got a B stream that's running as well. I don't believe that they've started up quite yet, but they should be on within about a half hour of now. So if you're trying to keep up with all the action, make sure you've got that NECC2 channel as open as well. And speaking of open right now, as much as the doors are open for ESU to make a comeback here in game number 1, I'm thinking that Johnson and Wales have found the key and have locked it pretty shut. Yeah, especially considering the confusion here in the corner. Shot will finally fire off from Seoul on the other end, but ESU looking a little bit flustered from the amount of shots they've had to fend off here in game number 1.
I hear you. I hear you. My mind reels thinking about if that was an issue of comms, if that was a breakdown of who has most boost, who should be taking this one all the way out and whatnot. Regardless, this is an ESU squad that could no longer play with time like that. This sand is rapidly dropping out of the hourglass. 60 seconds, in fact, left in this first one. And, I mean, there's enough physical time to come back. There's enough chronological resource to come back here, Bass. But with the offensive pressure that has mostly been abated by East Stroudsburg the second half of the game, I'm not sure if that one's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think so. Unfortunately for them, as good of a first game as they have battled here, they really haven't been able to find offense to respond to Jwoo in this game. So for East Stroudsburg, I really do believe they can come back in the series, but they need to find a little bit more confidence. Like we were talking about, that one corner miscommunication just looked like the team not really sure how to move into that other half effectively here. So let's see, can they improve themselves in game number 2 as the last 30 seconds of game number 1 tick on down? If ESU can get a goal for the road, it will really do wonders to instill confidence, but first they have to get off their half and try and just prevent another shot at a Jwoo.
Yeah, that was almost the 4th right here for Jwoo, which really would have been completely the nail in the coffin. As it is, though, 3 scores not going to happen in 7 seconds. Jwoo has taken this game number 1. It might be 4-0, it might be 3-1, but regardless, they have taken this one. Grounded ball now. Jwoo yellow. That's another significant foot forward here in this best of 5. Again, a 4-0 team looking to keep that undefeated streak alive.
Indeed they do. And, well, they've kept that undefeated streak alive for, I would say, through thick and thin, if you will. It hasn't necessarily been an easy battle for the two teams, but it is a comparable battle here, which is an interesting one. The two teams that they have played and at least crossed sort of over each other is Army West Point and Springfield College Pride here. Springfield, it's kind of a flip of the script. Jwoo take a 3-1. Meanwhile, East Stroudsburg take a 1-3 loss, picking up their only game win of the season there. But then you look at Army West Point. That was the biggest struggle for Jwoo throughout the season. They win in 3-2 fashion, whereas East Stroudsburg, they couldn't quite get a game off of Army West Point. So, like we said, it really is a tale of two different sides of the coin here. Obviously, Jwoo come into this one the favorites, but that's no need to keep, or that's no reason to keep ESU out of this one entirely, Tug. There's still absolutely a chance they can turn the series around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, it seems that our Jwoo students, too cool for school. They didn't give us no interesting facts about them. Perhaps they're just not interesting people here, Bess. I'm just kidding around, of course. But we got plenty of info coming in here from your East Stroudsburg University. Solarshine, little freshman action, digital media technology, playing the violin. We'll get back to the interesting facts a little bit later. And also, dear folks, obviously, Hypheria, usually the caster up here, you'll be getting plenty of Hypheria action in your ear holes a little bit later. Just filling in for right now.
I'm doing a great job at that. We're always happy to have you around, Tug, absolutely every day of the week. And, well, we're excited to have some more action on the pitch as well. Game number 2 underway here. ESU looking for a response. It's not going to be an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. Like we've seen so far, the offense really has been clicking for Jwoo every single time, and ESU, as much as their defense has done a good job at being able to prevent a lot of these goals, need to prevent a little bit more. Pitches coming through. They are off target, but if Jwoo is going for shots like that, you can tell the confidence has arrived.
Seriously, a couple degrees angle difference separated that first goal and now, maybe 10 seconds or so, and maybe like 100 kilometers per hour, because that pinch was rather fast. 70 kilometers per hour, still really, really fast, and this is going to be your Jwoo College, or Jwoo University, striking first in game numero dos.
It's not too surprising to see here. Johnson Wales continuing with their momentum from that first game, and again, it's a bit expected. I do believe that this one's going to be, in their favor. The question is whether or not we find a response out of ESU. I'd like to see it. I really do believe that they can right now, but unfortunately, double commits like that, while they are making the saves, it's leaving them in a little bit of a rut as they have to try and recommunicate and refigure their entire rotation. So they're playing well so far. I don't necessarily think that they're out of this one, but again, it's the offense that we need to see some improvement on. Their defense has been able to prevent a lot of shots, but their offense, it has not necessarily been able to find a response. Speaking of response on offense here, though, JWoo starting to put on the pressure. Wi-Fi not able to take a shot as Luminous gets in the way, but 90 seconds into this one, still, ESU have yet to get a goal on the board in the series.
Yeah, they have. And that's going to be such a milestone here for the offense for East Stroudsburg University. Solid demo off the beginning, though. Tipperary playing with 2. Fails to take advantage of it. Now a full East Stroudsburg, or a full JWoo squad will be up. Here's a little pop play up and over, and that's going to be the second for JWoo. This one put in by Pursills.
That's not necessarily too surprising. You give some room out at midfield here, and when Seoul doesn't necessarily want to commit immediately, that little bit of hesitation is where that demo comes through. That's how Stoops and Purcell can combine to find the second goal here now for JWoo in game number 2. I believe, again, I really do think that ESU have got a little bit left in them that they haven't necessarily played to the best of their abilities yet, but the question is whether or not they're going to be able to show that here in game number 2, or will they have to reverse sweep overall? Could do something here. The defense is a little bit uncomfortable, so let's see. Can we have a follow-up touch? Luna on the back line. She's going to need to bang this one out, and she will get it past Stoops, but can she get it past anybody else? Instead, her teammate will have to come through and try and bail them out. Luminous there cannot continue with the offense, and again, this is what we're seeing. ESU are breaking out of their half tug, but when it comes time to have some sustained pressure, it's very much instead just one-and-done offenses.
I got to say, at this point, yeah, halftime across this, ESU has shown they have the skills to pay the bills. It's literally just a matter of getting it done. This is a JWoo yellow squad that has shown that they can bleed, okay? Like, like, on paper, this should be a much farther lead right now, and Eastern Stroudsburg should not be having the same offensive opportunities they have afforded themselves multiple times. This is just simply about getting out of your heads. These are just a trio of Rocket League players, right? They're not even interesting people, Eastern Stroudsburg, okay? I'm just kidding around. No, I mean, but seriously, like, I really think that Eastern Stroudsburg is playing 2 different opponents right now, and that is JWoo, and that is their own minds. They're looking way too much at the score lines, I feel like. There's been multiple communications breakdowns, some of these of which have happened on awesome opportunities for ESU. Like, awesome offensive opportunities for ESU. Player goes up, maybe misses the first one, like is going to happen in a higher level Rocket League, and then leave, no player back like this one. 100 seconds left in this. ESU has now reached a situation where they pretty much have to pour it all into offense. You lose by 3-0, whatever. You lose by 1-0, it's the same exact. Or you lose by a score difference of 1, it's the same exact result, right? Take everything you have offensively, ESU, pour it into offense, push it on to game number 3 if it doesn't work out.
Well, they're probably going to have to go towards game number 3, but getting a goal for the road would be massive for this team, and finally they do. Over 8 minutes of play without a goal, but getting their first on the board is going to be huge for this team.
121 kilometers per hour, I believe, will be the fastest goal on broadcast here today. Again, dear viewer, we got, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time matches. Plenty more to go. 121 is the number to keep track of right now. 90 seconds left. ESU has made this so much easier for themselves. 2 scores, 90 seconds, much more easily done.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say absolutely possible. They do need to play some defense first. But I would have to agree with you. They've got the puzzle pieces. Now they just need to put the puzzle together here. Find that complete picture and really start to run with an offense that looks not only efficient, but confident in themselves. It feels like that first goal we saw in game number 1 kind of set the tone. And Johnson and Wales were going, all right, we're going to be the aggressors in this game. You guys are going to play defense, and you're going to have to just sort of play at the whim and mercy of what we do. Now here in game number 2, we're starting to see much more of a back and forth. ESU are no longer being dictated by the pace of play on the other side and are really starting to get some offense together. They can get a second goal here. There's still technically a chance in game number 2, but with 40 seconds left, Tug, they really got to hustle.
I mean, if we just look at averages, then this game is already done. If we look at this game and the last minute or so of play within itself, then yeah, this game ain't quite over quite yet. If this is a 4th though for yellow, for JWoo yellow, then that might be done and dusted. At the end of the day, yellow also knows they can just play keep away. Really, they're not playing against ESU right now. They're playing against the clock.
That's the big thing is that when you've got two opponents in both your clock and your opponents themselves, it really does make this all the more difficult of a task. Maybe Soulshine can get a goal here, though, and really just keep some momentum going into the next game, but not if the shots go off target. Luminous there for the follow-up, but can't quite wrap themselves around it, and as this one goes to the other end and goes to the back wall, it is all but set in stone. JWoo will take a 2-0 lead here on the series, but for East Stroudsburg, they do not get shut out here in game number 2, and that is a big difference from game number 1.
It really, really is. The biggest problem for ESU, for East Stroudsburg, is the good news is that it's very clear. You had 4 total shots attempted here, and all of them came out from the same exact player. That was Soulshine, of course, the only player that took a goal here for ESU. Just literally spreading this offensive pressure around a little bit and getting passes and passes into points. There were so many times ESU had opportunities at this, but it's always about that first shot. You know what I'm saying? It's not about the follow-ups after that. And there are multiple times, again, that ESU, I think we're just kind of getting their heads a little bit and allowing that to break down communications here, Bass. There are multiple different offensive opportunities here where one player is in a great position, might get a solid hit on, but that's always going to, the first one pretty much always at these higher levels of Rocket League going to get blocked away. And it's always about the follow-up after that. It's always about where the ball is going after that, where it's rebounding from, what teammate is going to be picking up. And just straight up, that was not there so much for ESU. The only goal that they picked up was off the neutral position, Soulshine coming rocketing off the side right here after picking up boost and whatnot and getting in themselves.
And the unfortunate thing is that we're starting to see those signs of life of where they are able to actually have a little bit more confidence in their offense, really send that second player without having to think twice and having a third that they can rely on out at midfield. But as reliable as they might be, they now need to make sure they play pretty much picture perfect the rest of this series because they need a reverse sweep against Johnson Wales University, a team which I'd like to remind everybody is undefeated on the season. And unfortunately for ESU, they've just made that task of putting on that first loss all that much harder.
It really, really has. This one, looking mirror image of that earlier JWoo's goal, right? That was that, or excuse me, of the Eastern Stroudsburg goal of them coming off, one player getting it all done right there, and now JWoo has put a very, very solid foot forward. Once again, ESU just playing one more game of Rocket League, right? After this, you win, there'll be another game of Rocket League. You win that, there'll be another game of Rocket League, and that's really the game, right? That game 5 that you shouldn't allow get to your consciousness or whatever. But as it is, just take these one game at a time, really,
Yeah, just take it 1 second at a time right now, especially considering how many seconds are really left on the clock. 4.5 minutes to go here, and despite an errant goal early, oh boy, I was going to say ESU do not need to panic. Apparently, I don't dictate that, though. They will panic on the back line no matter what, but good pass center might be able to reinstill some confidence. But Luna, she's pushed a bit too far up, and Purcell's, he will take full advantage of it.
There you go, JWoo again. Kind of, I mean, like you said, being able to once they have read that Eastern Stroudsburg is cheated up a little bit right here, then they can send a player in to really just throw a monkey wrench into the problems or into the whole offensive, offensive opportunity. Excuse me, for ESU, and that's exactly what happened right there. Just came in, easy interception, nice rebank off the middle, perfect angle, and that's the second for JWoo, and that's what 60 seconds into this one, or was 60 seconds into this one.
Oh, that's really quick no matter what here. Yeah, the clock is ticking down at, unfortunately, a snail's pace in favor of JWoo here. But for ESU, that's a huge thing because it means that they've got plenty of time to get back into this game. But it does look like they're getting a little bit less confident and as comparison to before. We talked about this. Once they were able to get some goals on the board or at least get a goal on the board, you could see that spark of life in them that really ignited out of nowhere, and they were becoming a lot more aggressive, a lot more in the face of their opponents. And I say that in a very positive light. They just weren't giving JWoo as much time as before. Now you can see they're second-guessing themselves when it comes to these challenges. They're taking a second before throwing themselves at their opponents because they are so fearful of being dusted by this JWoo side. With 3 minutes to go, though, your fear has to go out the window now. It is now or never. Backs against the wall. Kitchen sink mentality needs to come out for ESU. Otherwise, it's the end of the series.
Yeah, and that was almost a huge run by JWoo again. ESU looking to bring this one out. Back to the middle. That was a clean whiff. And now ESU getting in solid position. Again, though, where are the other two players at this point? That was Purcell's and teammate that both got a hit on this before members of ESU were even able to follow this one up, even though they had Soul up there in the front. Getting offensive going, right? On paper, this is exactly what is necessary. This is literally the first 3 steps is necessary for any higher level Rocket League offensive push against a defense that knows what they're doing, right? And then again, Soulshine a little bit closer. That was the first goal for ESU in this game right now. right? I mean, I'm
agree.
not being too negative here, right?
No, they're getting very close. The unfortunate thing is that I feel like part of it, again, is just their lack of confidence, or really, I would say, their fear of the punishment and repercussions on the other side here. JWoo have put in shots from midfield from a defense that was not 100% prepared, so they don't want to do that. And by they, I mean every single individual player on the team.
Yeah.
ESU recognize that a single player could be the difference maker in this game, and it still could be. Soulshine trying to put a first on the board, but ESU, they are getting very close to opening up the scoreline.
There you go. Stoops saving that one at the very, very last second. That was about as good as a escort the president, right? A walk the dog situation all the way up, right across the middle. Some fantastic stuff. But just, and again, kind of playing player, not playing ball, right? Ball had true trajectory. Now a run in, and there you go! Passes and passes into points, my friend. Luminous Knight. After a fantastic pass from Soulshine. Soulshine, the player that we've seen offensive opportunities all day long. That is as clean as it gets.
That was beyond clean. That's probably the best goal we've seen in this series. It's unfortunate it comes with only 100 seconds left and you down 0-2 or 0-2 on the series. So it's one of these things where this is why we keep on saying ESU, they are not a team to slouch on, because they're getting shots like this, but they can't put the second one on target. Soulshine to try and get there, but unfortunately Stoops on the cross-court counter will be a bit too quick with the shot. Luna was just a little bit too far pushed out, and when she recognizes this one's going on target and she's got no boost to use, unfortunately, it's right on in.
Yeah, just that one was just going way too fast for anybody to really react to. 100 kilometers per hour on that one. I think it was 101 technically. Very, very fast, irregardless. Irregardless, one of my favorite non-words. Oh, that was so close. A shot from this right side.
We're getting so close. I feel like this is what this is right now, is close but no cigar, unfortunately, is they are getting so close to having every single one of these goals. But again, they just need to put a couple more into the back of the net, convert a little bit more efficiently, and they will absolutely have this one. But do they have the time to do so, Tug? That's really the question. A minute to go. They've got an offense building here, but no one able to make the touch. And as Luna dives out of midfield and is not able to make said touch, I think JWoo, they've secured themselves this game. They're going to waste time and just wait until they find this end of regulation. ESU technically have a chance here, but they need 2 goals in very quick succession.
Yeah, what, an average about 17, 18 seconds per. If JWoo goes on another, like, significant offense right here, then that'll be it. This goal misses, 15 seconds per goal left. Yeah, I'm not sure if this one's going to happen. Like I said, sand constantly draining out this hourglass. JWoo can literally just continue to hit this ball up across this middle area, send it aloft pretty much every time. See what? That is 4 seconds before we hit bottom corner. Every single time they do this, JWoo knows it, and they're just eating up clock at this point.
That's indeed exactly what they are doing right now. 10 seconds to go, and JWoo, they have secured themselves yet another victory here in the NECC Emergence Division. The crazy thing for them is that is not just another victory. That keeps the undefeated streak alive. 5-0 on the season and 3-0 on the day. Johnson and Wales University are your victors.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. The undefeated streak continues. Unfortunately, East Stroudsburg unable to find another series win here in week number 5 within this Emergence Yellow Division. 10 total teams right here in Eastern Stroudsburg. Just based on the numbers, will be somewhere below the bottom rungs of this one, whereas JWoo Yellow will be up closer to the top of these rungs. Only really, a couple different ways that the JWoo Yellow would even not be at the absolute top of that, right? Only 4 total drop maps, 1 to Springfield College Pride in week 1, 2 of them to Army West Point, 2 of them in Army West Point in week 2, and then 1 of them to Holy Cross White in week 3, just coming off of the Howard Community College Dragons team. That was a 3-0 last week, of course.
And they look really good so far here in the season, and they've got a long season ahead of them, but they're pretty secure to at least get somewhere near playoffs or almost lock themselves in here. So for Johnson Wales University, another very important win for the other side of East Stroudsburg here. I think you guys still do have a lot left in you. I don't believe that this record you've got so far is really representative of your abilities. It does kind of feel like maybe just a little bit of work on communication. The rotations, they're looking good, but when it comes time for one player to really step up to it, you just see a little bit of hesitation, and all of a sudden those rotations break down. So for East Stroudsburg right now, I believe in them. I absolutely do believe that they can turn this one around, but they're going to have to turn it around on another day. That is the end of the NECC for this first series, but it is not the end of the day overall. We've got a lot more Rocket League to come, so please don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will be back with our second matchup of the day. It is going to be Fanshawe versus Johnson and Wales, but their blue team this time instead. So stick tight. We will be back in just a couple of moments. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League once again. My name is Bass in the Past, joined alongside by none other than Hypheria. And Hype, we are back once again, my friend, and we are back here for the second match of the night. You missed us on the first, but you get to hop in for the action here with a different JWU team. It is Johnson Wales University, their blue team this time, going up against the Fanshawe Falcons. And this is going to be a Challengers Division one. So we move up a division for a moment here and get into a little bit of a spicier matchup because it's a 2-1 team versus a 2-2 team. So these guys should be about as even as ever.
It should be incredibly close between these two, and then it's all about who gets that initial upper round, who's able to open up the scoring. We always like to say that game number one, it's pointless. It doesn't really matter. It's a warm-up. This is actually where it matters in a game where everything is so close and the stakes are high because it's a mid-season. You want to get the better of your basically direct competition, so you need to get off to a good start.
100%. You really do need to try and kick yourselves into gear in the quickest way possible. So, speaking of kicking into gear, let's get right on into it. Game number one here in this best of 5. It is Fanshawe versus JWU Blue, and I'm excited to see who comes out on top.
Oh, yeah, the first shot already landed, and not the first save. Baxter, the one to force it through for Fanshawe. They at least open up the score in here. Pretty stuff.
That's quick stuff is what it will be beyond anything else. Aang tries to get around that one, but can't quite read the ball, so a little bit unfortunate, but hey, a goal is a goal and a start is a start here. And for Fanshawe versus JWU, this is going to be a massive start for Fanshawe here. Fanshawe coming at 2-2. They technically, I would say, have the better record here because we don't really know how JWU did. They were 2-1, but they have not reported their game against Mount Union here, so they could be 2-2, they could be 3-1. Either way, the two teams are basically going to be about even. So for Fanshawe right now, to give themselves an early advantage is going to be massive. Question is whether or not they can hold on to it, because here comes some pressure going down the other way. See a follow-up shot here, though. No such luck quite yet. And as the teams just continue to go back and forth, we'll have to wait before we see a response out of JWU.
We at least see some words being uttered from their mouth right now. At least they're attempting to speak back against Fanshawe, who are looking for another breakaway. Vanry wants to get around the side. So we're going to be able to jack him with a quick challenge. Baxter, he plays a defensive, and I like that. You want to take on a defensive approach there instead of just charging on them, because now they stay in possession and they're actually able to continue the attack.
Speaking of continuing the attack, here they go right back onto it again. JWU looking to open up the scoreline, but a double commit like that out of midfield is not really going to give them much extra pressure. Now Fanshawe a chance to respond as well. Jackie, though, they're going to backflip and not necessarily go for the ball. Baxter not going to go for the ball either. Patient play here at a Fanshawe. They're just kind of waiting for their opportunity. A double touch off the backboard isn't really going to set up much of one, but as Jackie gets in the way again, Fanshawe starting to get a little bit more pressure here. Yeah, JWU, they were giving too much time, and eventually something had to give.
Well, Drake giving the ball back to Baxter. That was a freebie. That was literally here. Oh, you're lined up perfectly for the shot. Have the shot as well, actually. Yeah, Fanshawe, they get a freebie here. It's a good shot by Baxter, not to take away from it, but that shot shouldn't have been there in the first place. Jackie Moon directly off of kickoff and attempting to charge on through and get a bump. Van reaction with the shot. That's not going to be saving 3-0. Fanshawe quickly pulling ahead.
Okay, Fanshawe showing that up. Maybe this isn't necessarily going to be as back and forth as we expected. Maybe it is more of a one-sided affair here, as they are up 3-0 in rather quick succession. We do have 3 minutes left in this game, so there's plenty of time for JWU to get back into this one, but with the way that the momentum is swinging in favor of this Fanshawe side, thinking Hypheria, this may be a little bit different of a series than we had initially anticipated. That's
game number one still. I still want to keep up the faith, and game number one's not even open. Over. I mean, there's still plenty of opportunity, but JWU, they need to actually start focusing. It doesn't seem that they're playing to their fullest ability. Yet again, no follow-up back, serving free reign of the entirety of the midfield. Finally gets challenged. It's a good challenge as well. Puts Fanshawe back in the defense.
Back into the defense, and the question is whether or not they're going to be able to survive this defense here. If JWU can find an opening goal, it would be really massive just to instill confidence in this team going into the back half of game number one. Still aren't able to really get that many shots on target here, though, or really a shot at all. JWU, again, moving to offense, but are only there for a couple of seconds, and now as this one pops up and Backstar can move it out to midfield, they'll have to try and restart that offense yet again. Dre in the air. They've got time and space, or maybe not the space. Vanry will take that away very quickly as we fall just underneath halfway through this game here. Fanshawe still hold on to their 3-0 lead, and maybe they can do it again. More shots ripping off here, but no such luck.
Jaywu, they have attempts, but it stays at attempts. They need to actually turn into something fruitful. Instead, it's Fanshawe yet again down the other end. Dre, the clear into the corner. This could be a very good opportunity. Yang to the backboard, not a follow-up, but Dre will be there in the midfield to finish it off. Jaywu, they score the first.
They finally get on the board, and it's a massive goal to get on the board as well here because, like we said, it's not necessarily about being able to take game number 1, but it's being able to show yourselves and set the tone. Fanshawe did that out the gates, and Jaywu, they finally have a way to respond and possibly break that momentum that Fanshawe were running with here. But they do have to be careful. If Fanshawe get another goal here, all of a sudden, all of that momentum and pressure in their favor is completely erased, and oh boy, it might be a race here considering the panic that is setting up on the back end. Jackie gets a 50-50 and forces Aang into yet another position that is a bit uncomfortable. So you can tell, Jaywu, they're turning up the heat here. They're moving quickly, but maybe they're moving a bit too quick for my liking, Hyperia.
Well, they need to move quickly. They've got 2 goals left in about 90 seconds. Vanry is going to try and make it matter even more difficult for Jaywu, and he technically already has with a little bit of time wasted. That's all that Fanshawe have to do right now. They can sit back, enjoy the show, see what Jaywu can concoct in this little time. Of the shot to the crossbar, it's going to go awry, and Fanshawe, they were briefly back in possession.
They were, but again, you say briefly. That's the big thing here, is it feels like the possessions are starting to trade back and forth a lot more quickly than before, where Fanshawe were really holding on possession for extended period of time. Jaywu were there to get in the way. I was going to say, maybe not that time. Dre, though, luckily enough, has a defender behind them who can bail them out, and Nancy, and you know, they can also send it the other way. Ansi now going to send this one upfield. Dre not going to read it off the ceiling, but Jaywu will keep up the pressure. With underneath a minute to go, it's still technically possible for them to turn this one around, but not if they dispossess themselves like that. Aang with not the greatest touch out of midfield, and they'll send it into yet another Fanshawe offense.
Backstar, the final man in defense, had he faltered, that would have been a goal, but we can talk about what if the entire way through. The reality right now is that Jaywu, they're under heavy scrutiny, and Baxter is about to make matters worse. Ansi attempts to clear it away, but attempts it will stay because Baxter is able to take control, flip into the ball, but with 12 boost, not really going to get that further. This still is not a great position for Jaywu, and they've lost this initial game at least.
Yeah, I think that they have unfortunately lost this game and done so in, I'm not going to say dominant fashion, but it does feel like aside from the one goal we saw to Jaywu, there really wasn't much of this game that I can say went in their favor. They had gotten a goal for the road there. They could have brought it within 1 and really tried to flip the script, but unfortunately they do not, and Fanshawe will take game number 1.
It's one of those cases where they did play better during the latter part of the game, which is a lot of confidence instilled for the game coming up, which is also why game number 1 is always a bit of a warm-up. You don't necessarily need to take that 100% serious and say that's going to go the entire way of the series. There was a silly mistake, sure, the pass back right into the hood of Baxter there, but if those things happen, you accept them and you move on. I hope they can get it out of their head.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, is it's GG's go next. And we say that all the time as if it's, you know, GG's, you just wipe it off, whatever, you know, the fake toxicity, if you will. No, it really is. Just GG's go next. Wipe it away. Just ignore the last game. It was a 5-minute period, and now we've got a second 5-minute period on our hand. Jaywu looking for a response here in game number 2. Fanshawe looking to give themselves the biggest advantage possible because, you know, they'd love to wrap this one up in 3.
Baxter already tries to wrap up the first attempt. It's gone wide, and Jaywu, I think an opening goal for them would do wonders. Aang tries to facilitate it. Gets into the center. Dre like that. Going for the aggression play. Going for the demo. Trying to clear up the defense in that regard. But Jackie Mooney finds a absolute field of space. Dre finally able to return it. Finds that same space. A pocket of air. Free for his taken. Fancy finally up high. But still, no real opportunities.
And you can tell that Fanshawe, they're still just as comfortable as the first game here. That was a booming clear into their half, but they do not rush it. They recognize the fact that Jaywu are giving them the space to try and facilitate these plays, so they're going to take it to their advantage. Question is whether or not they're maybe giving too much space to their opponents here. Another good example is Dre's able to flip reset over the first defender. Cannot get past the second, and Aang can't find a follow-up touch, but that's the difference between game number 1 and game number 2. Jaywu now looking a lot more confident than the first time, so they're going to be given this type of space. They're going to do some wonders with it. Question is whether or not Fanshawe can also do the same, because they've got a double demo on the back end here. The shot not going to go on target, though, and the shot might be found on the other end, though, off the backboard. Who is there? Ansi to get turned away by the defense. And Fanshawe, they come scarily close to giving up that first goal.
Ang took off so early when he tried to read the bounce already. Vanry now into the center. The box was reached with no player there to actually bang it on home. Baxter, he wants to close the curtains for Jwoo. We're going to hold it open for now. Baxter, yet again, charging on through. Good to clear away from Ansi. Finally, some reprieve on the defensive end. Pass right into Dre. He's been known to go for flip resets. This time he does again. Pinch not going underneath, and a long clear will send it deep into the Jwoo half.
Back into the Jwoo half yet again here, but they still have yet to concede a goal. A very big difference from the first game, although could have caster cursed them here. Not a fancy. He's got a nice enough touch to pop that all the way out to midfield. This is more what we were expecting. This is much more of a back-and-forth gameplay representative of the two score lines that we had talked about going into this one. Each team theoretically could be at 2-2. We don't have full results for both of them, so we do not know, but I do know one thing for certain. Fanshawe to take the lead in game number 2.
Praying on that one mistake, and as soon as it's made, they maw down on it. They have a nice little meal for themselves, and the goalmouth also gobbled the ball. That is yet again Fanshawe leading the game as we're near halftime. So plenty of time for Jwoo. That's the good thing about this. But Jackie actually off of kickoff, not having the boost to play with, and well, it's going to have to be Baxter to try and clear it up. Dre into the attacking end, and Dre, he's got some mechanic behind him. Not quite the boost there, but a pass back, and Ang is able to rip it home.
It really does not only have the mechanics, but he's also got the wherewithal to understand that, yeah, I don't need the double touch here. Let me just go to the backboard, leave that for Ang, and let it bang on target. And that's exactly what happened, just underneath 110 kilometers an hour as we get down to halftime here in game number 2. And like we said, this is an important game for Jwoo. It's not going to be the end-all, be-all if they lose this one, but if they do lose it, they've got a reverse sweep against Fanshawe. And considering how close the two teams are, I don't think they want to take that risk, which is basically a coin flip in the following game. So let's see, can they find themselves a response here, take game number 2 and even out the series? Got a good offense building here, but they've got no shot to show for it. Double commit on the front end is going to leave them exposed on the back as they scramble to make a defense. Fanshawe, 2 minutes to go here. They do not nearly look as in control as they did in the first game.
I would have loved there for the boost still to be happening. Had a great opportunity, instead tried to read the bounce, and well, they still have an attack. Actually, an opportunity that's gone perfectly in their favor. Vanry to slowly put it on target. I'm not even too sure what happened. Oh, they doubled. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't really want to call them out on it, but unfortunately, that's kind of where we're at this level of gameplay. It's the little mistakes that separate the two sides, and Jwoo double committing on the line like that, there's no way it would go unpunished. 1:50 left on the clock, plenty of time for Jwoo to find a response, but they do need to be careful. Feels like they're starting to get a little bit panicked and are rushing into these balls a bit haphazardly. But speaking of which, Fanshawe double commit on the front line. They do not get a shot off, and it should be the end of their offense, but not if no one from Jwoo wants to commit. A huge opportunity for them to go the other way, but now with 90 seconds to go, it's right back to another Fanshawe offense.
Oh my, Fanshawe, they just continue and continue and continue until Jwoo finally falls. A turnabout is fair play, so Jwoo, they're going to look for the other end. Good tap underneath, but nobody there to actually finish it off. Jwoo, a phenomenal opportunity, but because they've been molded by the defense, they are staying back in it too long, and the opportunity will go begging for them. I mean, they're yet again back where they're comfortable. They're looking solid, but you don't win games purely on defense. You need to actually rip it home, as Vanry tries to do. Another play flies through, but it's Baxter. Now Blast back has an easy tap out wide. Dre, he's lurking to try and force a mistake, though. Ooh, Ansi, actually.
Ooh! Okay,
Ansi. Like how we both have the same reaction.
We realized for a second, we were like, okay, is this actually happening? And then, yeah, he gets the time and space in air and double touches that one into oblivion. You gotta like that. Jwoo showing themselves pretty strong here. But again, Fanshawe, I still do feel like they've got a little bit of an edge right now, so Jwoo need to be careful. It's the little double commits on the back line that have left them exposed, and it could have been right there, but Vanry, they take a second before diving, so now it's space out of midfield for Ang to do something special. Not if they're dispossessed the other way, and Vanry gets a touch on this ball. Fanshawe right back into offense, and with 30 seconds to go, if they score right here, right now, that could be the final goal of this ball game.
Hang. One goal is probably going to be in it. That is going to be the decider of this. Just high. Dre tries to amend it, but it's Ansi to the backboard yet again. Maybe a second tap to pinch it mid. Baxter the good positioning to clear it wide. And still in the wings, though. He's lurking. He's preying on that mistake to be happening. Dre wants to force it through into the box. Ang there for the shot. Ang actually rips it home. Jaewoo, with 3 seconds left, take the lead.
And this is why we say it's the little things that are separating the two squads here. This ball to the center, and no touch comes from Backstar. A unfortunate performance there for Fanshaw on the defensive line. And as a result, I think they're going to lose game number 2 here unless this kickoff goes exactly in their favor. Henry does have this one go relatively in their favor. They'll send it to the backboard. Antsy send it to the side and maybe even get a double touch. No such luck. So this one will be kept up. Antsy to clear it out yet again. Backstar to keep it up. And this one's going all the way to the other end to where maybe even Jaewoo can find another for the road. But no, the outcome, it will stay the same. Jaewoo will take game number 2.
I got close, though, at the end. That was a nail-biter still for Jaewoo, but they managed to pull through, and an important game goes their way. But look at the saves there. 5 on the top of the score, but in total it was 9 if I did a quick maths session there. So they really have to get it from their defensive end. The few opportunities that they do get need to be golden. They can't turn into bronze. They need to be converted to diamonds.
That's the unfortunate truth here is that you cannot squander any little opportunity you are given on either side of the ball right now. The two teams are about as even as ever, and we're really starting to see why we said, yeah, Fanshaw, game number 1, it looked like you could have swept the series. Game number 2, this is where we're more expecting them to play at. Jaewoo with a response out of nowhere. Now, can they do it for 2 games in a row and possibly swing the pendulum in their favor? 5 minutes on the clock. They don't necessarily have the first offense of this game, but they do have a midfield presence that is not allowing Fanshaw any sort of room.
Dre, he's been incredibly mechanic. Unfortunately, not able to pull it through there, but being mechanic does forge a little boost, and only the boost is all that they need in a defensive end. Yet again, Dre getting in the way of Baxter. Jackie Moon still in possession of the ball, but now it's Van Rias to prevent the counter-attack from Jaewoo. They go in tandem, but Baxter actually gets to clear away. Antsy down to the side. 8 boosts left to play with. Doesn't get a second touch as Ang is just easily going to carry that wide and potentially set up an attack from the right flank.
Ooh, they're trying to get a little bit more mechanical here. I know he says no mechanics, but being able to even air dribble like that kind of just disproves his point. And, oh, Dre, he's been mechanical all day. Tries to fake out on that back line, but no one's going to bite from Fanshaw as they hold steady. How steady are they going to hold? It does feel like right now they're looking for a way out of their half, and they are desperate to find it. So any little touch really allows their defense to just move out towards midfield with absolute aggression. We've got 4 minutes left on the clock, and we've got a Fanshaw who look very uncomfortable here. I'm thinking the first goal might just be trickling in any second now, but not if Backstar has something to say about it. Back out to midfield, and with 90 seconds off the clock, Jaewoo still have yet to get a goal on the board.
Jaewoo, they're nibbling away at the defense from Fanshaw, though. But Fanshaw, one quick breakaway, and that could be just as golden. Jaewoo need to prevent that. Their defense has been holding strong, but how is that defense going to hold up once they actually get comfortable into the attack? Dre just keeps on going for those flip resets, and at some point, Fanshaw actually need to start shutting it down because you give yourself so much space. Once you have that flip to boot, you can either use it, you can not use it, and you can also fake it out that you have one, or use it in a wave dash. You get yourself so many options. You just don't want to have that, but now on Fanshaw, they have an option of shoots, and Van Rick goes wide.
Just barely off target, and again, that's why we're saying it's the little things that are separating the two squads, and it could be right here. Antsy, I don't think they recognized how free that goal was. Dre got a demo in the midfield that really allowed that final defender to just get sent to the shadow realm, but Jaewoo not recognizing that, not able to put a shot on him. We remain at a scoreless ball game here in game number 3. We're halfway through it as well, so a lot of time ticked off the clock, meaning we're getting close to that golden goal scenario. I'm not going to call it golden goal quite yet, but the goals really have been far and few between here since that first game.
This match is incredibly metronome. It goes to the way of Fanshaw, then Jay will get an attack, and it's the perfect game 3, really. They both actually have started their defense and their offense to a sufficient level to crack through and make sure that the opposition actually gets punished for their mistakes as well. And potentially here, Baxter can't break through because then Antsy still has a good defense.
Great defense at that here, and that's the really big separating factors. We were talking about how the double commits and those little mistakes on the line would cost the team dearly. And speaking of which, I thought they had dissipated, but apparently there's still a couple of monkey wrenches in the side of the defense here for Fanshaw and Jaewoo. They'll take advantage.
An own goal That is always a stinky one. Not what you want to see. You kind of look like a chump, but, you know, you move on. It's all good. You have 1 minute, 50 seconds, and perhaps you don't even need more than 3. Baxter goes wide. Dre manages to put it around the side of Jackie Moon. Oh, my. Dre to the backboard. Oh, the tap home as well. That is exactly because it was a bomb dropping.
Oh, yeah, this is what we've been talking about the whole time. Don't give Dre the space, because he is going to be mechanical. And the one time that Vanry doesn't touch it off the backboard is the one time that Dre will slam it home. 100 seconds to go. Fanshawe still technically do have an ability to come back here, but, Fury, I'm not sure if you noticed. This is a 5-goal swing in favor of JWoo here. They were down 0-2 in game number 2. All of a sudden, they win it 3-2, and now they tack on another 2 here in game number 3. So 90 seconds to go for Fanshawe to just break this streak of unscoring that they have not been able to break thus far.
They started cracking the whip, punishing the mistakes, and actually getting out of defense more efficiently as, well, Fanshawe, they go in a trio there to the ball. Triple as Vanry goes down the right flank, pass off mid of Fanshawe. They've lost the team play. They are getting worried. They're getting startled at every single play that JWoo are trying to set up. And even when JWoo isn't in possession, Fanshawe are still panicking and thinking of how they could ever find a way through.
It feels like we're seeing a very big difference here. JWoo in game number 1, a little bit disconnected. A couple of double commits here and there that didn't allow them to work as a team. Meanwhile, Fanshawe, patient but really strategic in all their rotations. Game number 3 here, JWoo, very strategic in their rotations, using each other really well, but also extremely aggressive, which allows them to be this much better. Again, good example is Ansi slams this one to the backboard, forces a save out of the team, but it's because of the fact that they are rotating in like that the rest of the team can continue with this pressure out at midfield. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fanshawe, it kind of looks like a ranked lobby right now. It's all 3 players just going for solo plays, no one able to really find those solo plays, and when one of them doesn't work out, the rest of the team is thrown off kilter, and they just don't know how to respond. So 10 seconds left here, unfortunately for Fanshawe. They are going to give up game number 3 in rather dramatic fashion, as maybe even a 3rd goal can come through. Not if Trey has anything to say about it. He'll send this one the other way and then send it off the backboard as well. JWoo, they shut out their opponents here in game number 3.
Yeah, they seem incredibly jumpy, which is unfortunate because they have been playing proper, but Fanshawe, they don't really utilize the space that they are getting, because don't get me wrong, they absolutely have space to play with. The midfield often open for opportunities, but they just squander it themselves because they're probably afraid that they're going to get challenged instantly. So the change up here is incredible by JWoo to keep a Fanshawe guessing. That's exactly what you want in a game.
Yeah, that's a big thing, is just continuing to make those adaptations. We talk about it a lot. Teams that are able to adapt a little bit more efficiently than their opponents are usually the ones that are able to end up taking the series. So my question is now, what are the adaptations we're going to see at a Fanshawe going into game number 4 here? Because there is no way they come into this one with the same sort of game plan as they did the previous 2. They got to kind of wipe that away and just completely look at this one in a completely different light. I believe in them to do so, or at least hope that they can do so, but they do not. Hyperia, that's the end of this series, and JWoo, they'll take a comeback victory and wrap it up in 4.
I think take a breath. Take a look at the broader game view instead of focusing purely on the current play at hand, and Baxter does exactly that. His teammate will fall in the back line, but that doesn't matter. He can still charge on through and trying to challenge the opposition. Dre gets booked by Vanry. It's a good jump in, but then they go in tandem yet again, and Fanshawe, that's just unfortunate to see out of them, because then there's nobody here for the shot. Vanry, sure, he'll arrive, but just a second too late as Dre already sets up the attack down the other end, and Fanshawe, they just are arriving, and Dre, he's pulping off.
He's just bodying everybody in this lobby right now. Unfortunately for JWoo, they do look a little bit disorganized to start this game. A couple of whiffs here and there have made me feel like maybe they're just getting a little bit too, I don't want to say big for their britches, but it kind of is what it is. They're very confident in the way that they are running right now, and unfortunately, you can't really afford that. You're not necessarily going to be able to play with these little errant touches, because Fanshawe, they'll do stuff like that, moving too fast for their own good as it's a double commit on the back line, and as Ansi dives in for the final touch, no one prepared on defense.
And those are one of those ones where you just actually have to leave them. That would have been a better decision. But Rocket League is a game of split-second decision, so you can't really fault them for it. When the game will punish them, and nonetheless, Jackie Moon into the backboard. There's still somebody sitting in the net, but Trey, those are those positions where you don't want to see those mechanics used. Why are you sitting on the side wall? Why is there somebody pre-jumping this? Fanry, what's going on? These past 10 seconds or so have been insane. JWoo, they are now moving down the other end. Fancho ram it back, though.
I am a bit confused by JWoo as well. What's up with the touch of the corner there? What's the necessity behind that? It feels like JWoo, they're trying to straight up outpace their opponents, and it's not working out. We talk about this a lot. If you're going to touch the ball, do it with some purpose, and I don't know if there's much purpose to anything we're seeing right now. We are end-to-end, back and forth and back and forth. It's a game of tennis, but it's a game of explosive tennis where we're using hand grenades instead of tennis balls, because this is just chaos on either end.
I don't really think that's a sustainable game to be playing, mate.
Yeah, neither is this, though, to be fair.
Yeah, very true. There's a lot of little wars and little battles, and, well, another battle is somebody gets exploded. Fanshaw, they still can try and set up an attack, but JWoo with an efficient breakaway. The pass into Dre, who's always upfield. That's something you can always expect. Jackie challenging early, but Dre still gets through, and JWoo, they get so much out of this one man, creating a ton of space in the midfield.
Oh my gosh, these 50-50s, JWoo continuing to just absolutely assault their opponents in terms of just challenge after challenge after challenge. They will not allow them out of their half. This has got to be frustrating for Fanshaw right now, but maybe not if they could have a quick response, but no! Off the post and out, Fanshaw finally relieved from the onslaught of pressure that JWoo were throwing against them, but they cannot put the shot on target when it counts. A huge breakaway play, but now a breakaway on the other end. JWoo with time and space, puts it center. Where is everybody? No shot arrives, and JWoo, another opportunity squandered. Oh, no.
No! That was the double oh no, and make it a triple as well, baby. JWoo, they go down the other end. They don't get a gasp of air, and it's more of an incredulous gasp right now. They don't believe what's happening to them. Neither do I. Neither does anybody. Dre, 50, forcing it through. He's been to the gym, but yet again, Baxter and Dre getting out of the Rule 1. Fair enough, Dre.
How on earth is this still going
Surely.
at this point? How on earth is that off target? This one is too, isn't it? Yeah, it's another one off the post. A million shots fire off, but not a single one hits the target. Oh my gosh, this has got to be frustrating for both sides. For JWoo, it's a chance to get in this game. For Fanshaw, it's a way to secure themselves game number 5. But instead, they have left the door open. And JWoo, they'd love to put a foot on through and squeeze their way into this series yet again. 1 minute to go. They've got the time, Hyperia, but they just need to start putting these shots on target.
Baxter, he carries it all the way. Courier service to the midfield. Dre. Yeah, some of the time. JWoo, they're still trailing, though. They need to actually bang it home. Fanshaw, they would love a safety now. Vanry actually getting a bit aggressive. Forces Jackie Moon up early. Oh, my word. He rises. He almost falls down as well. Ansi engaged in the 50. Ball lodged in between the two. Vanry still down the other end. Ansi, or Ang rather, able to pick it up. Dre maybe calls him off, or there was a mistake perhaps. Dre banging it into the ground, but not getting through. A shot comes, but will go wide.
Well, they're starting to use a couple of team plays here, though. We're not seeing nearly as many double commits out of JWoo. It's much more sustained pressure on this offense. Where's the shot that's going to actually get them back into this game? Could have been that one there, but it's turned away by Van Ree on the wall. It'll be Dre to go in for yet another 50-50. And they will get set 50-50, and so will Ang, but unfortunately, all they can do is get these 50s and attempt to get past the defense, who has stopped them at every turn. This could change it up, though. Dre to put this one into the corner. Ang to keep it alive. Backstar to spike it on down, and Fanshaw, they will take it in 1-0 fashion. A nail-biter here that will send us to game number 5.
Game numero 5. Yeah, I don't know the 5. What's 5 in Spanish?
Cinco? Yeah, Cinco, I believe.
Cinco de Mayo? Isn't that 4th of May? It is
yeah,
Cinco.
no, it's the 5th of May. Yeah, I was going to say, you're making me think it sound insane. It is Cinco. Okay, there you go. Our producers in my ear telling me that I do have a little bit of Spanish that I can remember from when I was younger. But the question is can these guys remember anything from the past couple of games and make the adaptations necessary here? Because that's kind of what it is right now, High Fury. It's adaptation battle here. Take game number 1. Okay, cool. We'll take game number 2. You take game number 3. We take game number 4. Back and forth and back and forth. It's that tennis match that we've been talking about. But unfortunately, similar as in tennis, there is only one victor. So who's going to come out on top now? It's anybody's ball game going into game number 5 here, Hyperia, but it's a ball game that I'm expecting to be just as tense as ever.
Everybody has been losing a limb with the grenade tennis, but this time somebody is going to get blown up entirely, and perhaps there will be demos on the pitch as well to open up some space, because there has been a lot of opportunities right off the get-go. Actually, Baxter wants to take a page out of Dre's book with a flip reset. Feels horribly And there's still Fancho in control of the ball, so I guess why not attempt it sometimes, right?
Yeah, you know. Why not attempt it? At a certain point, listen, it's backs against the wall. It's game number 5. You got to throw something at this one that they're not expecting. And, oh boy, that's a challenge they weren't expecting. Dre's going to read this one. I knew he wasn't going to get that. He lined himself up wrong. Went for a side flip for some reason. Also, for some reason, what is going on here? All of Fanshawe just kind of dilly-dallying as they try to take this one out. I am recognizing, I think part of that is the fact that Van Ree has a decal that is going to make him a little bit confusing to the other team. The Evil Geniuses one here, going to make him blend in with this blue side. But, hey, listen, no matter what, Fanshawe, the confusion cannot be allowed on your back end. You give up an early, easy goal here, and all of a sudden, JWoo, they will absolutely take this one by storm.
Currently 1 minute, and it's scoreless. It should be another few seconds, but actually Dre trying to fake underneath, and that's what I like out of Dre. It's not the same exact play over and over and over again. He does mix it up, go for the fake sometimes, tries to go low, but Dre has to shake up the high altitude right now. When he does put up an attitude against there's nobody home! There's absolutely, they came knocking and they just broke down the door. Oh, they double.
Oh, no. That double commit out at midfield here. Jackie's not even in the wrong position. They just unfortunately have to watch as their two teammates fly to the sky, and neither one of them make a touch. Fanshawe, I think the pressure is on for them. They're making some weird challenges that are not necessarily going to help them out in any way, shape, or form, High Fury, and they need to settle down. We talked about this before. This cannot look like another ranked game with 3 just completely disconnected players. If they want to win this one, it's got to be through team plays, and it's got to be through efficient offense.
Oh, Dre almost got Goomba stomped in the net. That would have been a great opener for Fanshawe, but Van Ree still seeks for the skies. And that puck could have very quickly closed, and now they're going to have to hold onto their breath in the defensive end as well as JWoo. They try and suffocate them in there, but they quickly lose grip, but only for a brief moment. Fanshawe, they get a quick breath of air as they break away. JWoo are going to have to go on the defense as well, but Dre's been so calculated at every single turn. Jackie doesn't care about your calculation. He'll throw himself at you, and then it doesn't matter. It's, oh my word, Van Ree, still from the corner.
All right, they're not done quite yet here, and it's one little touch again. Aang not quite able to wrap themselves around that one. Hopes to go for the follow-up, but when Dre's also in the corner, neither one of them gets a touch. Antsy almost able to get back to that, but unfortunately, it's the little things that compile on top of each other and create these bigger gaps in the defense. And Fanshawe, they have found one of them. Can they find another gap here? No such luck. Dre to dispossess, and with under 3 minutes to go, we are at a tied ball game, which could switch up right now. This one's center! Dre reads his touch out of the corner and puts JWoo back on top.
There's become housing available in the defense because they're leaving their home every single time. Yet again, nobody even in the vicinity, all of them outside the box. They didn't even have anything to say about it. And Fanshawe, they could be crumbling under the pressure a little bit. JWoo, yes, they're putting them under heavy scrutiny, but you still should not be faltering this easily. As Dre tries to force it through yet another time, but it's time for a kick in the butt for Fanshawe. They need to wake up now.
Yeah, they really do. It just feels like these little mistakes where they were not getting punished before. They are getting punished now, but only on one side. JWoo make a crucial whiff on the back end, but no one is able to beat out the defense there for Fanshawe. So, again, it just feels like the team plays right now for JWoo are a little bit more synced. Can we find a good one here? Jackie Moon being set up by his teammate. Shot gonna be on target, but Aang to turn it away. And JWoo, once again, the bailouts from their teammates, but that's a double commit. This should be an easy counterattack now as Antsy goes the other way. Luckily enough, Van Ree will win the 50-50, but Fanshawe gotta be careful. If they give up another goal now with under 2 minutes remaining, that could be curtains on this ball game.
It was just such an unnecessary double commit as well. Had Baxter not done it, he'd be in the midfield, being able to go at least attempt a double. Now that opportunity goes awry by default, JWoo, he still needs to be afraid of a mistake because they have been making mistakes. Trey seeking for high altitude yet again, baiting out 2 players, reeling them in and catching them on his hook. As JWoo, they still manage their advance, and will be finally Fanshawe starting their crawl down the orange side. But JWoo, they prevent that quickly from happening and put a lock on, and that midfield is all there. Dre with a ceiling reset, but that gives Jackie Moon time to close the distance to the ball and allow Fanshawe a little bit of possession.
Only a little bit, though. They're right back into their own half, and these booming clears are doing nothing but dispossessing themselves and giving open nets on the other end. Aang's gonna let Dre take this one. He knew he had no angle, and Dre, well, he might have just plunged the dagger here for game number 5.
What a 50. That demo from Aang opened it up entirely, made sure there was nobody home. But the 50 from Dre there being pulled off is exquisite, putting Fanshawe their backs against the wall, and they've not got much room left to fight it out. Fanry will attempt a long distance short answer, only barely able to get a touch on it, but that's good enough to send it high over the goal. Fanshawe, they need to up the thrusters and get to Mach 7 speed.
Now they're trying their best here. They're still diving into these balls, hoping to just keep some sustained pressure, but unfortunately, the pressure is really only being sustained on their half. Backstar losing yet another 50-50, and as there's even more pressure in the corner here out of Aang, they are going to continue to face all of this offense that is just unrelenting. 30 seconds to go. It's still possible for Fanshot, but they need a goal right this second.
Dre, he's going to try and get another goal for Jaewoo. They would like to carry on with their scoring streak. Instead, it's Fanshawe at least have an attempt down the other end. The bounce perfect for them, and Jackie Moon diving underneath. They had enough boost and enough time as well. Yet again, the panic setting in, and well, they're instilling it in themselves. Time slowly ticking, and well, I think it's all gonna ride for Fanshawe. They don't have an opportunity anymore. They have to score this, and then a nominal kick up, but it's Jaewoo who take home the victory in game number 5. Incredibly hard fought over.
Indeed it was, and again, it was the little things that separated the teams here. If Jaewoo saw an opening, they took full advantage, and they might just do it one more time. This ball not going to hit the ground quite yet. Maybe Fanshawe can get one for the road, or maybe Jaewoo can let it drop and take the series. Jaewoo in 3-2 fashion will wrap this one up and take their win, continuing to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. And like we mentioned before, this is a team that could be 3-1 going into this. They could also now be 4-1 overall. We're gonna have to find out what the results were versus that Mount Union squad, but considering the way they looked here today, I'm thinking they've got a bright future ahead of them, and really, maybe the playoffs in store as well.
It's looking likely, depending on what that undecided match is or what that unreported match is. But they've at least put themselves up to a positive game score now. They've won more series than they've lost, and that's already a great thing. And today was also a very good day of adaptability from Jaewoo. They very well got into the series, and I liked how both teams grew bigger and bigger and better as well.
That's a big thing, is that this really was a series. This was not just sort of one team operates and then they fall apart a different game, and then that other team gets back into it, and then they fall apart, and the other... No, this was back and forth the entire time. Both teams really did make those necessary adaptations, really played this one to a T, and that was why it was such a great back and forth. But unfortunately, High Fury, that is the end of said back and forth. Again, congratulations to Johnson Wales University on their second win of the day. Their yellow team also took a win in the first matchup, but now we go into matchup number 3, and luckily enough for everybody at home, this will not be a repeat of before. We've got the Finlandia Lions versus CUH Pioneers coming up when we return, heading down to the Navigators Whites division, so do not go anywhere. When we come back, our third matchup of the day, we'll see you very soon. everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 5. Once again, my name is Basil Pass, joined alongside by Hyferia. And Hyfe, it's been a long break. Rocket League decided halfway through our day that they wanted to imply an update here, and well, as a result, we have had to wait a little while. We missed an entirety of a block, and we were unable to stream our last matchup at 7 o'clock, but our 8 o'clock one is right around the corner here, as we are going to have Champlain Community College versus New England Tech Tigers here in what is supposed to be our 4th, but is actually our 3rd of the day. Either way, Hype, I'm excited to get into this one.
And due to some facility updating, internet stuff as well, we do start this series with a 102 Champlain. So that is something you have to take into account, and that doesn't really make matters better for New England Tech because, well, their record is 1-2, whereas Champlain, they're already 3-1. This is not looking great for New England.
No, it's not necessarily going to be an easy battle for them. The good thing is that they were able to get updated in time to where they did not have to forfeit 2 games. Instead, they are only 1 down right now, so they still absolutely have a chance at a comeback here. They just, unfortunately, really got to hit the ground running. We talk about it constantly, but if you are not able to secure yourself a very, very solid start, it can make for a rather rough series and a comeback that is, let's call it, difficult at best here. But I still have faith in them no matter what. I believe that the Tigers here can do something special, can get themselves back into this series, and can give us a hell of a run for our money, but we kind of need to find out now at this point here. It's up to Champlain, it is up to New England Institute of Technology here, and it'll be up to us in just a couple of moments here. Like we said, we're trying to make sure that we've got the lobby up, we're trying to make sure that both teams are all good to go here, because considering the tech issues we've had previously, we don't want any more for the rest of the night, so keep your fingers crossed, folks.
I hope so. Tech issues are the worst, man. Like, every single time you build up the hype, you've had a good day, you just went to game 5, and then bam, you get slapped with an update, and you're going to have to wait the entire time. But finally, we're getting back to having everything running properly and according to plan. Now, obviously, it needs to happen for the teams as well. They need to have their game run according to plan and really be able to figure out how they can counter, and especially with the Tech Tigers already with a 1-0 deficit, they need to hit the ground running.
Yeah, they need to hit the ground running, and they really do need to make sure that not only that, but they really set the tone here in game number 2 to give them a chance at this series. But while we're talking about this series, why don't we, give you guys a little bit of insight to the teams that are playing here today? Not necessarily going through the lineups, because I don't know if we have the time, but I do want to point out something cool. We've talked about this player a lot. He's actually been here during the last season as well. We were mentioning the Champlain College team. We've casted them before. Humphreys, a year ago to this day, was platinum. So I kind of want to just put that out there to sort of show to people that, hey, I've heard this a lot. It's hard to grind Rocket League. It's difficult to get up there. It really does take a lot. But if you have the dedication, if you have the grind, if you're working on your mechanics, making sure to improve yourself every time that you get out on there and pitch, it goes to show you can be a pretty fantastic player. Humphreys really has been one of the leading players for his team throughout this season and the previous one. So it kind of goes to show you. I thought that was a really cool stat. Ranked platinum a year ago. Nowadays, I believe he is at least GC. So it's cool to see that type of development.
It's always lovely to see people grind up that rank ladder because it really is an achievement. As soon as you hit GC, you're in top 0.5% of the entire Rocket League base. So it is absolutely incredible. And when you have facts on the other side that Mustard is the oldest player on the team, veteran, most level-headed player you'll ever see. So that's also, I don't know whether it's a meme, don't know whether it's a joke, but oldest player, great as well, of course.
It is a little bit interesting that the freshman is the oldest player on the team there, in comparison to a team where they do have 2 sophomores on the squad. Yeah, listen, man, if he took a year off or whatever to try and get himself back into it, more than allowed. It's something that I'm probably going to end up doing if I ever end up going back to college here. So you never really know. So it's one of these things where I do appreciate the fact that they have a player on the team who may be a freshman, may not necessarily be the youngest player on the team, but can he lead his team to victory? Only time will tell. I also recognize, Hyveria, have we ever casted New England at this point? I don't think we've ever had the ability to, but, well, we get the chance to here and now. Like we said, Champlain, this is technically game number 2 of the series. They are up 1-0 overall. The question is, can they go up 2-0 and make this a quick one?
They've at least got the record on their side, and there are some cross-contaminated matches there as well. They've both played Hofstra Gold, both got swept by them. And then here comes at least a differential where they both played Holy Cross Purple. Champlain won in one game earlier. They went to game 4 and Well, then, New England Tech went to game number 5, but they both won, so we can't also really draw any conclusions from that.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Again, you look at the records previously, but considering the ways that we were looking at the last teams that played on stream just a little while ago, 0-3 on the season, or excuse me, 0-4 on the season, I don't think it was representative. So it's one of these things where maybe you just didn't necessarily have the momentum during the first half of your season, but can you find it during the latter? Only time will tell, and well, we haven't really been able to tell anything here about this game so far. 4 minutes left on the clock, despite the fact that Champagne have this 1-game lead here. They'd really like to try to secure a little bit more in game number 2, but no one able to get on the board quite yet, and it's just kind of going back and forth for now.
Double commit by Champlain as well. That's not what you like to see if you're watching for them. Camo killer. What does that even mean, Camo? He just puts a spotlight on everybody?
Yeah, it's an easy way to try to disillusion or dissolute that camo. I don't really know what word to use there, but I also don't really use that phrase camo killer all that often. Ooh, we might need to say it a little bit more often, though, if he's getting the first goal on the board. New England Tech, the first to strike.
There they go, the turnaround and the ability to finish it there off as well. I like that he still went for it instead of thinking, oh, that's got to be in. Simple as that, we're going to move on. New England Tech, they get off to a phenomenal start, the best one that they could hope for, and that is in the lead. Champlain, that's their turn to fight back. Origin is going to get the play started at the roots. Krill easily catches them right now. I'm missing a bit of venom out of Champlain.
It just feels a little bit lackluster. It feels like the teams are just kind of feeling each other out. And again, that kind of makes sense, though. This is game number 2 of the series, but it really is game number 1. They had not been able to play the first 2 of them. Again, if you were not paying attention to what we were talking about before, New England Tech, the Tigers, unfortunately come into this one at a deficit because one of their players was unable to make the start time here due to some technical issues. So they had to forfeit that first game, but the good thing is they still have a very long series ahead of them. And if they win this the second game, quote-unquote, we go to a tied series. So to be fair, they really don't necessarily need to panic quite yet, especially considering they have the lead going into halftime here.
And the halftime might not be for hanging on for long, though, as Origin tries to set up the attack and amend the chance going begging. They will move out, and New England Tech there yet again into the orange half, and Champlain, they're defending for their lives right now. A 2-goal deficit. It's going to be hard to bring it back from, especially with the amount of attacks they've been facilitating themselves with. It's not really been a high number, and they are also not getting the shots off. Let's do the backboard now. Bino puts them in there into the center. Humphreys goes wide to make a boost from before he goes for the play, and that will cost them an attack.
Will cost them an attack, but it won't be the end quite yet. Another shot firing off here, and Champlain finally starting to come to life. But the question is can they hold on to this and find themselves an equalizer? Not quite yet, and as a boomer goes the other way, Bino just barely able to put that one off target. I thought for certain that was going in, but a great final touch will be able to deflect that one off target. Humphreys, he will do the same. 100 seconds left. Champlain definitely looking a lot more in control than the first half of this ball game, but can they find a goal to show for it and send us to an overtime?
Slowly but surely, Champlain are eking back into this game, and they are managing to set up more promising attacks, and this goal just completely open. Humphreys has a free avenue.
Ooh, he's got a free avenue, and he's got a free way to tie this game on up. You can see Krill's just a little bit too far pushed up there. That's the unfortunate difference between the teams. We talked about it so many times previous. It's the little mistakes that will separate the squads. And with 80 seconds to go, that could be the separating factor here in game number 1 as well. Not if NET do not allow them out of their half. The Tigers prowling out at midfield here, looking for a response. They'll get demoed for their efforts, but maybe Krill can do something else. 1 minute to go here, High Fury. We are still at a tied ball game, and as much as Champlain do have momentum on their side, it's only a single play that can get New England right back into this one.
The momentum is something ambiguous as well. Yes, they were the last to score, but New England Tech, they're fighting back properly. Krill with a pass off right below him. That was not read by Camo Killer, but he goes up. He wants to try his chances with this one. A double commit. Champlain. Humphreys, he clears up the mess for now. Bino with a clear away, but Krill will deny that right at the infantile state of the breakaway. Origin wants to create it even further, but it will be stopped, says Bino. That's a one-on-one opportunity, but the cut in too slicey, and he's gonna be deciding against it.
Continue to go back and forth here. 20 seconds ago, we've got enough time for maybe one more goal. It's not technically golden goal scenario, but I will call it silver. Maybe Krill, maybe he can turn it to gold right now. He's gonna try and take this one out of the corner. Such luck. Back to the center. Popped out again. Champlain now going to try and make a transition the other way. This one needs to go on target, but Origin, he pops it a bit too high. Champlain, they saw a way to shut the door, but they will leave it a crack open.
That was one of those touches. Oh, it might not actually be going on for too long. This kickoff looking very dicey for either side here. But it was one of those touches where you put it outside of the reach of your opponent. Nothing that he could do about it as well, because it was just an unfortunate bounce and an unfortunate flight path that he had to accept while sailing down, slowly letting gravity do his work with Champlain. They're trying to rise up yet again in this overtime. They've got the momentum. They want to ram this one home. Humphreys goes up high, but that ball goes awry as Bino and pass into Humphreys. Mutters is able to clear it away from danger.
Clears it away for now, but 30 seconds into this one, we are having a back and forth, which could really go either way. As much as Champlain do have offensive pressure right now, you can see they're lurking very aggressively out at midfield. If New England can have a quick transition and go the other way, there's absolutely a chance that they could find a win here in game number 2, but they're really struggling to break out of their half right now. Krill, that's a great pop on out, but Origin waiting on the back wing will just be able to pop that right back into the New England half yet again. And uh-oh, New England, they got to be careful. Little mistakes like that could have gone punished, but luckily enough for them, it will not. And a minute into overtime here, we are still end-to-end. Ooh, could have changed right there, but Origin just barely able to make the touch.
This game slowly but surely starting to get pulled into the favor of Champlain. They're looking a lot more solid than at the start of this series, but or the start of this game even. Basically the same thing, but they will falter in defense once and Krill gets the breakaway.
And that's how it goes here. Like we said, a single mistake can cost you dearly. And when time and space is given out at center here and Origin has to desperately try and make a touch, it will not work out in their favor. 1-1, New England Tech will tie us up and take us to a best of 3 from here on out. Like we said, this was the start they needed if they wanted to stay in this ballgame.
So important, otherwise you're already on the verge of being swept. It is a crucial victory to be having here, and they take it in overtime. It was thrilling as well. It was incredibly close, and I feel like New England Tech, they were able to eke it out at the latter part, but they were not looking like the favorite in the second half of the game. They did incredibly well to use the breakaway that they got to actually turn it into goal, which it was a much needed one.
That's the big thing, is that, like we said, this is probably one of the most crucial games of the entire series, because now they no longer have to fight from a reverse sweep. They can actually play this one a little bit more comfortably, but maybe don't get too comfortable. Champlain, we're starting to put the pieces together there, and if they're able to connect them a little bit more efficiently, this could be a game they run away with, but I'm not going to call that, not even by a long shot. The Tigers are absolutely in control right now, and if they can continue with that momentum into game number 3, they might just be able to flip the script here and take it in 3.
Okay, they're just gonna go back to back to back. I'd like to see that. That'd be interesting. You know, show up for the first game or you can't make it, rather. And then you decide enough is enough. We're still gonna go. Well, we're gonna go into the second game as well as Champlain. They're gonna have the best start possible in terms of kickoff. They get down the other end. They might just be able to bag themselves a goal, but Bino puts it up too high.
Oh, it's a little bit unfortunate there. New England Tech, though, they're going to love that one. They're going to be ecstatic that they have not conceded an early goal. And I'd like to remind folks again, I know the overlay's a little bit off here, but Champlain actually do have a game on the board here. It's technically a 1-1 tied series from here on out. Question is whether or not they're going to be able to do anything to try and switch that one up. Can Champlain find their first earned victory of the series? Ooh, they're trying to right now. They've got their opponents on the ropes here, but Krill, it's good 50-50 to at least keep it away from danger for now. Humphreys will try and put it back into a dangerous position, and Origin will get a 50-50. The pressure is on as Champlain are starting to put on shots, but they send all 3 players, and not a single one goes on target, so they'll have to retreat back into their own half for now.
Miscommunication on the side of Champlain, costing Humphreys 100 boost, and Pino is able to clear it away. CamCom actually in an awkward position.
Ooh.
Good read on the bounce by Origin. It's dangerous, but if you pull it off, it looks fancy.
Ooh, it's a very nice touch from Origin there. It really is all or nothing. Has to dive into that one and hope that they get the right angle on the ball, and they do exactly that. It's a heck of a way to kick off the scoreline. It's a really good way for Champlain to try and instill some confidence in them, because like we said, game number 2, quote-unquote, was not really what they were hoping for there. They had a really good game overall, but the issue was that New England Tech would not go quiet. They continue to scream. They continue to claw. The Tigers will roar once again.
Ooh, what a cut-in. That's beautiful. Breaking the axles here of the final defender, New England Tech. They make their rebuttal quick and very spicy as well. It's a kickoff goal, sure, but it was a good cut, and Champlain, they want to do it right back as the long clear goes all the way down into the hands of Origin. It's going to take it and bring it down the other way. Curious, sure, versus Krill. He carries it away as well. That might just be a flick opportunity. Good challenge, but Mutts are still with a free shot, and that's going to be top left.
Ooh, all of a sudden, Champlain are wondering if they really do need to try and turn up the heat, or maybe they should just try and settle down a little bit here. Again, the defense just feels like it's in a frazzle as it has to desperately dive at the balls in the back end here. And for a team that was playing so well as a unit in our second game, it's a bit surprising to see them this disorganized in game number 3, but 3.5 minutes remaining. They have plenty of time to settle down here, take a deep breath, and start to get these team plays to click just a little bit more efficiently. Not quite there, though. A little bit of a miss on the back end, or on the front end, excuse me, is going to lead to the end of their offense. Now they're actually going to have to play some defense on the other end. And that connected. It probably would have been a third goal for New England, but Champlain, they will thank their lucky stars for now as they continue with only a 1-goal deficit. Or that could change here. Camo puts a shot on, but barely turned away.
Well, that's a great touch back into the midfield. It was a very debatable touch at first, but New England Tech, they're prepared for it, and thus making it a great one. To Champlain, they're still able to carry it out wide. It's Humphries. That's not a touch he was looking for, but actually it might just work out in his favor in the end. Wasn't expecting to miss out of New England Tech, and that's fair enough. They have been consistent, but they go in tandem here on the side of Champlain, leaving the back end vulnerable. It's a good, decent touch for Humphries. They're panicking right now. You see Champlain, they don't have some conniving touches. They just mess themselves up too often.
Unfortunately so. It just kind of feels like it's these little inconsistencies that are separating the two squads. But to be fair, that's kind of the level we're at. If you're not prepared to make a save on the back line like that, it will cost you dearly, and just barely Champlain are able to do so. They still have to fend off shots here as New England Tech are not allowing them out of this final third, let alone the half. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe they can find a breakaway here. Humphries in a 1v1. What can he do with the ball? Wants the bump. Cannot get past Mutters, though. They will step up big for their team when it counts. 2 minutes to go here. New England Tech looking to take 2 in a row and really make Champlain work for this win. They are not quite out of the woodwork yet here. 2 minutes, like I said, on the clock. Plenty of time for Champlain to get back into this one.
Certainly. Plenty of time doesn't actually mean anything for them. They actually need to move down the other end and create some fruitful offenses. Right now, they've not really been doing that often. They've been coming up rather dry, and the entire field arid. Champlain, this is an opportunity. This has to be converted. Humphrey dives past it. Oh no!
I feel like we can't really say much besides. That's unfortunate there. Champlain, we won't dwell on the past, but you guys really do need to focus on the present right now, because with 80 seconds to go, you were looking down your second game in a row, going in favor of the Tigers, and they might just be able to solidify that with a goal right here. Nuisance play in front of the box as they don't let anybody from Champlain get any sort of room. They will continue not to do so. A minute to go here. Champlain locked into their half except for a booming clear. Wait a minute, is anyone going to go up for this, though? Bino uses a 50-50, and it goes off target, off the post. No follow-up will be found in Champlain. Listen, I'm not usually a fan of over-aggression, sending everything at your opponents, but it's time to send the house, fellas. You don't have a lot of time left, and if you do not win this one, that's 2 games in a row to New England Tech, and they move on to series points.
Champlain, they're right back on defense. Humphries actually able to catch them in the midfield, so that defense is rather short-lived. But New England Tech, they're slowly but surely advancing on the breakaway. Origin with a pass mid, but Humphries, doesn't have any boost, and Humphries is called off the post yet again. That post has been saving New England Tech time and time again. Humphries losing out on that boost battle. That's going to be an important one here. Champlain, they do move down the other end, but the final 15 seconds, this has to be a goal. But again, it's off the post, and it goes wide by Krill.
Oh, and he's going to put the dagger in, isn't he? He's got a wide open lane, but Bino will stop it. Hold up. All of a sudden, Champlain sees some light at the end of the tunnel if they can keep this one up, and Mutters will actually help them do so. Hoping this to the backboard, so they should be able to turn this into a cross-court counter, but not when 2 players commit. Miscommunication on the back end, and that's going to mean that New England Tech move on to 2-1 on the series.
Miscommunicado, unfortunately for Champlain, brings them against match point. They already had a free map. They already had a free point on the board. Right now, they're on the verge of being swept off the face of the earth, and that's how you see those results that you previously had, and having a better result against the team doesn't necessarily matter or anything. So you need to move through, and I think they're doing an incredible job right now to actually keep themselves in this match.
That's a big thing, is that it hasn't really been blowouts. It's been as far away from a blowout as physically possible at this point here. Game number 2, it's an overtime. 2-1 goes in favor of NET. Game number 3, NET take it 2-1. Again, 2 one-goal games in a row. So Champlain, what's it going to take to get you over the hump? How are you going to be able to sharpen your sword just a little bit sharper than your opponents? Apparently right now, the blade is still a little bit dull, though, because on the side of New England, they are coming through swinging.
Champlain, I want to start swinging as well, throw some haymakers or whatever they can actually do to break through, but off the top pins. Oh my word, how was that not in? Passing field still might be converted, but Champlain, they have a phenomenal defense that they're staring down on the side of New England Tech. This is impeccable and impenetrable at the same time.
All right, so what were New England doing during the tech issues? Were they just literally reviewing footage of Champlain going, all right, here's how we're going to be able to beat them X, Y, and Z? Because that's what's happening. It's this little indescribable difference between the teams right now. Some reason New England Tech just look more prepared, whereas Champlain, they're just trying to string together a couple of good plays that'll go in their favor. It really does feel like a tale of two different sides here, and that is why the shots are threatening for the Tigers. And on the side of Champlain, they still need a little bit more. I've got faith in CCE to turn this one around, but they really need to get this offense together, because so far throughout game number 4 here, it's been all New England Tech.
Them already being on match point, that's a scary scenario for Champlain that they'd rather not be in. The haunted house is something that they are residing in currently, but they need to get out quickly, make their way through the monsters and face their demons, because right now it is do or die. It's the middle of the season. You still want to have that good result. Camo just takes it out wide. Quick challenge by Origin, shuts it down and mutters. Wants to go wide. Good 50 underneath, and that's what I like from New England Tech. They don't necessarily overcommit. They don't try and force a ridiculous play. They just do what's supposed to over them.
And the big thing is that it's all necessity right now. They're not going for anything too flashy. They're not going for anything too aggressive. They rely on all 3 of their teammates to be in the right position at the right time and have a proper rotation that just comes back to help them every single moment. 3 minutes left here in this game, though, and so far they haven't been able to find that moment that'll help them out overall. Could have been right there as cross-court counter starts to divide, but Humphreys, he'll take this one to the ceiling. He's not really going to be able to do much with it, though, and as Mutter sends that one back center, neither is New England Tech here, as this is off the backboard. Is anyone there? No, I don't think so. Bino might make me eat my words. Yes, he will. Reads the double touch off the backboard and gets a little bit of an assist out of New England, but that'll be enough to open up the scoreline.
What a phenomenal read. That's crazy. I mean, I don't think Mars could have done anything. Sure, reposition your car and get that going, but apart from that, that was going to go into the back of the net. Champlain with a phenomenal first goal, and that could be the accelerant, that could be the catalyst for them to realize, wait, we can actually do this. We're better than them mechanically, and we just need to utilize those mechanics, because it does feel to me that Champlain are overall on average quicker than New England Tech, but the positioning by New England Tech just counters it perfectly as Mutters just dumps in for the 50 right in front of the net.
Again, like you said, it's just the positioning right now for the team is so impeccable. The issue is that the Champlain shooting has come to life. Humphreys drills the top left as basically as accurately as possible.
It couldn't be better. Literally, otherwise it would have gone off. That was a laser beam to the top bins. An impeccable shot here by Champlain. They're starting to pop off now. That must frighten New England Tech and send shivers down their spine. But this game not over. Far from it even. 1 minute 45 still on the clock, and New England Tech, they might bag themselves a goal here that goes wide.
They're trying their best, though, and with 100 seconds left, I don't really blame them. Like you said, they are not out of this one by any stretch of the imagination. They do need to try and facilitate a couple of better plays into the offense, though. We're seeing a lot of dump and chase right now as New England Tech boom the ball off their half, hope that one of the other players on the side is able to keep up with it, and then Champlain, they just inevitably send it right back into the Tigers' half yet again. So 80 seconds to go here. Maybe we can find a response, or maybe Origin can tack on another. Bullies in front of the net, waits for the drop-down pass, and slams it home.
That is a beautiful shot yet again. Origin just in the right position at the right time, and that's something they were missing. They were biting but no venom, so then all that you have is a tiny little bite mark, and Well, they're not going to care about that. They actually position themselves properly now. Instead of being too far out, they're not scared anymore, but they should be at least a little bit afraid because New England Tech, they're still fighting.
Oh, they're not done yet here. As soon as you thought that the curtains were lowering, we start hearing the roar for an encore. Because Krill, he's going to keep this one alive. Champlain College thought they might be heading to game number 5, but they've got a minute to try and hold on and make sure of that. Because New England Tech, they'd love to close this one out in 4.
Absolutely, just get it done and over with ASAP. But Champlain, they might just put in the dagger here. No, they won't plunge it in just yet. New England Tech still managed to evade it, but they still need to move down that other end. That dagger every single second coming closer and closer to their vital body parts. Catch it in the midfield, and Champlain, all they have to do is waste time.
Oh, that's a lot easier said than done, though, because here come New England Tech, and they're really putting on the pressure. Oh, it does look like it's going to relieve for at least a second, and actually, it might have just opened up a space. Origin not quite able to turn on that one and recognize that that probably should have been a shot. So now with 30 seconds left, the door still wide open here for New England Tech. They can get a shot on that one 50-50 by Humphrey, so it booms all the way back out to midfield. Mutters time and space and boost in the tank. Can they get at least a pass down center? They can. Krill, though, beaten out by the defense, and I think that will secure it. Cross court, they got to restart the offense again, and they do not have the time to do it twice. New England Tech maybe can get a goal for the road, maybe bring this one back within 1, but the results will stay the same. Champlain force the game number 5.
Oh my, that was not on the scoreboard, but indeed it is a game number 5. That initial game that Champlain already got due to their opponents being late. It's unfortunate, but it all comes down to that dramatic position, that conundrum where do you want to adapt or do you want to stay with the same exact playstyle that has been working? It's a bit of a gamble, and the ability to change mid-match, sure, you can do it, but to talk it through while you also need to maintain comms is incredibly tough.
That's the big thing here is that nerves are going to be at an all-time high. And like we said, this is, in my opinion, a much bigger game here for the Tigers than it is Champlain. Champlain are currently 3-1. While the Tigers might be 2-2 here, we're not really sure about the results from last week. They're at minimum 1-2, possibly 1-3. So if they're able to take an upset win over Champlain here, really solidify themselves as a contender in the middle of the pack, they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. That is playoffs. They can see a way through to compete at the end of the season. So they need to try and take this win right here, right now. The Tigers do not want to let what was a series they could have closed out in 4 run away in 5. That's not up to them. That's up to both of the squads. And really, Champlain, they'd love to prevent it as well. 5 minutes on the clock. We have one last game here to determine our winners as New England Tech and Champlain battle it out.
We see the impact of that initial game that Champlain got for free. Otherwise, they'd have to reverse sweep. Right now, they just need to get 2 in a row, but instead it's New England Tech with a pinch that goes coast to coast right into the back of the net.
Oh, coast to coast, indeed. There's no other way to describe this one as it goes all the way downfield and finds the back of the net. And Krill, that's the player that you really want to focus on here. They are by far the majority of the shots and the strikes for this New England Tech team. So for Champlain, they got to shut that guy down. He's done a great job at facilitating offense after offense. Meanwhile, on the other end, though, I will say, for Champlain, they've got many players that can facilitate an offense here. Humphreys, Origin, and Bino have all been able to get on the board and do so in pretty spectacular fashion. So let's see, what are Champlain going to do to respond to this early goal from New England, and what are New England going to do to try and prevent an equalizer here within the first minute? They are going to save that one out, but 45 seconds off the clock, and Champlain starting to put on the pressure, and here is why we say it is never over. 1-1, Bino, a quick equalizer.
And the intricacy that Champlain often try and pull out being rewarded right now. The pass in field perfectly placed on top of Bino's car, and he's able to ram it home. Champlain, they're playing exquisitely. That must frighten New England Tech, as well, they will fight back still. They're shivering and wavering perhaps, but it's all tied up, so no worries quite yet. But as soon as Champlain get all their jets firing at full blast, whoa, that's not in a position where you want to be. New England Tech, they're currently into the attack. Krill, perhaps with an infield pass, decides against it, realizes he's beat, and he backs down, he folds.
Oh, but they're not quite done yet here. It does feel like this one's going end to end. Both teams are still diving at the ball rather aggressively, and I do feel like this is more of an advantageous position for Champlain. They feel like a team that can handle this type of fast-paced gameplay a lot better than their opponents in New England Tech, because, like we said, it just feels like the mechanics are in favor of Champlain here. Not to say that New England Tech have poor mechanics, but it's these little differences that end up combining to really make a difference in games like this. Speaking of make a difference here, Mutters found some open space out of midfield. Wasn't quite able to get past the defender in Origin here. Uh-oh, I think the defenders, they're not going to be able to get past either, because all of a sudden they scramble in the back half and Champlain take the lead.
Force their way through, knocking on the door, and then they decide to just break it down with a battering ram. Beautiful stuff by Humphreys, and 2-1 now for Champlain. They're up in the series, and as soon as they're getting comfortable, New England Tech, they need to come out with something intricate of themselves. So Krill, why not go for a double tap? Denied the opportunity to even do so, but Mutters will still try and cement it. Shot on the attacking end. Gets stopped as well. Champlain, they're also showing their defensive capabilities.
They really are. It feels like both of the teams have stepped up phenomenally on defense here, whereas it was just kind of shots going off target before and just exchanging blows back and forth. Now the defense really has to stand tall and try and make sure that they do not make any mistakes. No mistake will be found here. This one was forced. I don't know who was in net causing confusion, but they sent that player to the Shadow Realm.
Oh, Mutters getting betrayed Caesar style as well. Stabbed in the back by his opponent at Champlain. This is a perfect position for them to be in. 2 goals up, nearing half-time as well. It's all about holding on to New England Tech. Let's see what they have got in the magic trick bag, because it needs to come out, and it needs to come out heavy. Get yourselves out of those cuffs and show us what you're made of.
Well, I believe in them to do so, especially considering how much time is left on the clock. 2.5 minutes. We are only about halfway through this game, so they just need one good goal, something to give them that spark of life and get them back into this game. But as they are continuing to dump and chase like we talked about before, the heavy touches go right into the possession of Champlain and right into the possession of Origin to score their second.
No, the demolition right now, the being torn apart here, and they're falling apart on the side of New England, just like the Roman Empire once did as well. 3-goal differential in Champlain. They're gladiators in this match, and they want to continue their lead, dominate even more, because why not, right? You never really want to feel safe, even with 2 minutes left. This is still very possible, especially with the pass in field.
Woo! Okay, that could have been something special had Champlain been able to connect that one cross court, but we're not done yet here. New England Tech, like we said, they've got a lot of life left in them here. All they need to do is get a good goal, and they can start the revolution that New England is so well known for. But unfortunately, they are also known for something else. The Super Bowl has shown that the collapse of the team in the dying seconds, and it could be a repeat of history.
To my demise, there's no Boston Tea Party going on, no mutiny, no nothing, and it seems like Champlain will be heavily in favor and in control of the wheel, currently driving New England Tech down a cliff, and there's no stopping it. They might just be able to get a little tug on it, but even that is denied. In New England Tech, every single thing that they try just goes begging.
Oh, they're so far behind at this point. With 80 seconds to go, they basically need a goal every 20 seconds, and while it's possible, it is highly unlikely. They do have a decent offense building here, but they send all 3 players into that one, so there will be no follow-up, and they have to retreat all the way back into their own half. Camo was able to make the save, but they've wasted a lot of time in doing so. A minute to go here. Champlain, they might just have the curtains closed here, but not if no one makes a shot. Champlain with a chance to finish the game out, but they leave the door open for New England Tech.
The door is open, but only at a very, very slight crack. And for realistic pass, 4 goals, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
It's happened before, but it already feels like the curtains are lowered and the statue has been made. It's set in stone right now. Who's going to be winning this series in Champlain? It's all due to New England Tech not having their tech in order. That's kind of ironic.
Well, listen, hey, here's the thing. They're good at technology. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're good at all technology that they specialize in here. So, Rocket League may be a piece of tech that they're going to have to try and rerun another time here because New England Tech, they have officially lost this series. Champlain will wrap it up in 5 in Hyperia. That game they got early on from the New England Tech issues they had before, yeah, it really did come back to become integral in this series.
And they can walk down Champlain now as well.
Series concluded here. I'm not going to acknowledge that joke. No, we're not. We're going to ignore that one just a little bit.
I apologize.
Don't apologize. Come on, be proud of your jokes, even if they are absolutely
I'm not proud of that one, man. Like sometimes you have a trash one in there. You have to admit it. You have to own up to it. But you know, what wasn't a trash one was this series. It went the entire 5 way, and that's always what you like. That's what you want, the full entertainment value.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And the greatest thing about the full entertainment value is that it's the entertainment value for you and I, the audience, but it's also entertainment value that will yet to come. We're a little bit behind schedule here, so we're not going to waste too much time. We're going to wrap this one up. Hyperia and I are off for the day, but we are not off here on the NECC channel. We're going to leave you guys in the capable hands of both Nuclear and Hail Monkey Man, so when we come back, even more Rocket League action. We will see you guys very soon.
Hello and welcome back, Rocket League fans. We are here and we are live. A little National Esports Collegiate Conference coming back at you. It's been going on all day and it's not stopping now. And FBI Tugboat, I'm here with my man Nuke. Nuke, how are we doing, man?
I am awesome, Tugboat. I'm thrilled to be here on a Tuesday night casting with you. We got some awesome Rocket League action coming up. OTSU Ontario Tech University taking on Aquinas in the Challengers Red Division. Tugboat, what are we going to see?
We are looking at, unfortunately, a 0-4 Aquinas College squad in this Challengers Red Division, like you mentioned, taking on one of their division rivals here, Ontario Tech University. Now, Ontario Tech, not for lack of losses themselves, but an even 2-2 record, just numerically a little bit better right there. Both of their wins did come at 3-0 sweeps. That was over J Woo, excuse me. We saw them a little bit earlier. That's Johnson and Wales. And then Siena College Saints, the other two, they put them 2-0 fashion. Take a look at some of these players. So we got Sad Destroyer, we got Azarife, and make that here on the Ontario Tech University side on the left of the
Yeah, exciting action. Straight into it as well. We're on the kickoff, and you see Sad Destroys is also on the side of OTSU. Probably go and say Ontario Tech, which is the second tech school we've seen this evening, as you guys just saw New England Tech Tigers take on Champlain. Powder is going to take the first goal of this game off of a 50 midfield, and what a way to do it.
Yeah, that one put in a little bit early. The assist coming in from Lemon. That's Lemon, that's Stocks, and that's Powder over here making up your Aquinas College squad. Lemon, a little bit aggressive here early. Powder putting it over!
Ooh.
And that's going to strike a second here, Aquinas. Not looking like a 0-4 squad, my friend.
Not at all. Powder just lobbing them, and I love to see that this roster's come back a little bit stronger. This is a strategically smart roster. On paper, it may say 0-4, but we all know that Riley Dizzy knows what's going on at Aquinas, Adamantor being there prior to, and I'm sure a lot of this roster learned of the hype of Coach Antor. So getting into this game, I would expect no less from this roster to strategically play it smart.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And striking twice here in the first 45 seconds, less than that even. Not going to be a bad move. On board with Powder, we've already seen what they can do so far. Trying to walk the dog in, gets it up and over. One defender just passed it. One defender right before it, and they both get a front row seat to that goal.
Yeah, that was great, taking it up left side wall. Treads tried to get in the way, but unfortunately was not hitting the angles necessary to get there.
No, they were not. We'll see if Powder kind of continues on this offensive onslaught that Powder has shown. That is Colin Telkamp on out. The Computer Information Science and Business Administration. That's a little dual major action. Speaking of dual majors, a little demo action down here. Those two things aren't related, but that's okay. 3 minutes, 45 seconds left in this. Stocks tries something right here, gets challenged and taken away for just a little bit. Lemon now trying to bring this one off the wall and get this away from the source of danger. Now a huge hit by Stocks, and just like that, got OTSU on the defense.
Ooh, Powder seeing the opportunity on the right side. Gonna lob another one straight into the back of that goal. Stocks with the pass cross field. I don't think Treads or Kazarife was quite ready for that pass. I don't think they had identified what they were doing, and Powder saw the opportunity and shot it in.
Kaz or Ife. That's what I'm seeing on here. That's where we're gonna go. I think just Kaz might be
Kaz.
might be a little bit easier. You know, the shorthand. Oh my God, Kaz indeed. Talk about him, and he'll show that head. OTSU now getting on the board with an electrifying shot. This one set up all day by Treads. Every member of Aquinas caught looking on that one.
Yeah, appropriate too with the Batmobile, getting those angles just like good old Batman would.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Stocks, Living Powder, looking fine so far, but proving that even gods can bleed. OTSU striking first right here. Maybe just a little bit of time they need to wake up. Just like that, Kaz, not once, but twice now. That's in what, 17 seconds of actual time?
Yeah, I mean, adaptability is everything, and Kaz just seeing the option in front of him and taking it, lobbing that one in. And unfortunately, I think it's going to come down to control in this game. It's going to come down to how well you're able to juggle this ball and pass it in the field, because we're seeing a lot of these opportunities come up with this ball just being stray.
Up and down, and there's a fifth? Is that five? My eyes going already here, Nuke. 5 goals. Same player, that's Powder. And this is actually the exact perfect example of Ontario Tech now kind of getting caught looking, right? One player is rotating around looking for boost. One player is back actually on that line in a decent position. But when these are set up so far, 101 kilometers per hour, I believe we're clocked at, it's going to be so hard to try and get behind these and block that one away from goal as it is. Powder back on the left side, trying to get this one out. Not going to happen quite so far. Lemon does squeeze this one out, and that's another solid shot. And OTSU almost gets caught with no player back yet again.
Yeah, very narrow goal, hitting it straight off the post. Powder going up for another shot opportunity. Unfortunately, the acceleration wasn't quite there. Needing to kick up the gears as well. OTSU putting it in, but Lemon with a solid save and goal.
Solid save indeed. The flashiest one I've gotten to see on broadcast here today. Shots on over. That's blocked away, but not for long. Lemon strikes again here. It's going to turn sour. We're looking at an Aquinas College squad. 6th goal on here in game number 1. 5 of them from Powder. Now this one, the first not coming from this Powder player. Say that 5 times fast.
There's no way I could tugboat. You know. But I tell you what I can do. I'm observing stocks, and just as they rise, they fall, getting demoed in the midfield, leaving the opportunity open for OTSU. Lemon gonna take it out of the goal, but it is gonna get cut off by Kaiser. Stocks once again seeing the opportunity, taking it over, and now we're just kind of playing on the left side of the field, playing for control in this game. I feel is finally starting to heat up.
Nicely done. Little shank attempt right here. Not going to quite get the angle on top of that one. Looking at Powder, already 800 points in, and we're not quite at 100 seconds, folks. Not quite at 100 seconds yet. Saw Destroyer. That's what it says on here, dude. That's what it says on here. There's not two D's though.
Yeah, Saudi Destroyer.
Okay. maybe just Saw. Maybe just Saw. It might be easier.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Powder to it. 80 seconds. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say Powder hitting it up, trying to get it over OTSU's heads, but they're seeing the opportunity in the midfield, trying to take it stocks. Not if they have anything to say about it, hopping it up. Not quite getting it in. Lemon putting it off the backboard, but Saw's going to take it off the side. Treads following it up, and this may be an open goal. It is. Treads taking their first goal of the game as well.
Yeah, there you go. So the look so far here, dear Nuke, is that Ontario Tech is definitely spreading this ball around more. But the simple fact of success, who is really coming out on top, is Aquinas College in the form of Powder. You take away Powder's 5 goals, you're looking at a 3-1 scoreline, and Aquinas at the deficit. That is not the case we find ourselves in. This game is not done and dusted quite yet, but this is the nails pounding into the coffin. There will be the death of O2SU's Game 1 situation, unless they pretty much score right now and then back-to-back with 20-something seconds left on the clock. Now, you can push yourself to the overtime situation at a full, 3 or 5 to 6, don't let the ball touch the ground, volleyball type, but nobody really wants to do that. This is pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, I would maybe have to agree with you. I don't know.
I thought
Saw
that was
putting
gonna be easy block. Okay.
So did I, but apparently Saw with the big brain strats gonna put it left. Powder thinking it's going right, just a tad too late. Trying to get there, not gonna find it. If OTSU, like you said, they get a 2-second ope here, they just sneak right past him, pop it in the goal, then that may be a good position. Putting it up, Treads trying to find it in the goal, but Powder will knock it down. And like you said, Tugboat, they only have 15 seconds left. It is not looking very good for OTSU Game 1.
With 10 seconds left, once again, they strike right now. They get a kickoff and then come back to it. There's a little bit right here. If they get 1 second, nope, not going to happen. Might be 5-6, might be 7-4, not going to matter one way or another. Aquinas College striking first in game numero uno. There's a best of 5, folks, so nobody getting kicked out of this competition quite yet. And of course, this is your classic round robin situation. Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, there you go. I about pulled a cord out here. Wouldn't be the first time, Nuke. Wouldn't be the first time. This is, of course, your round robin situation, folks. So plenty more teams to be played here. But really, if Aquinas College has their eyes set on that playoff contention, on the playoffs, And what they got to do is really take this match right here and now, because there will only be about 7 or 8 more games, depending on how many teams are, of course, in their division. They got to play everybody once right there. Obviously, that's round robin.
Absolutely. And, Tugboat, what do you do before you go and work out or carry heavy loads?
You got to stretch.
Yeah, stretch, and you got to take that pre-workout powder. That's exactly what Aquinas is doing right now, getting ready for the heavy lifting. Powder is just getting started in the series, I feel. Coming out fierce in that game 1, this may be everything they need to move forward and put the mental advantage over Ontario Tech.
You'll see how that one goes so far. This is, we saw a couple of really early strikes last game. Getting 30 seconds into this one at a 0-0 scoreline is definitely good looks for OTSU, as is a very solid clear Kaz with a bad follow-up to that clear. Otherwise, now almost getting caught back. No, Kaz stocks everybody in position. They still have that last player. They're just waiting to rotate on through here. Not quite cheating up yet on this one.
Yeah, the pace that Aquinas is playing at is great. And sure, I mean,
is that
any...
No.
Oh, I thought that was going to go in. I was going to say any team can hit across field and create those open gaps like Ontario Tech has, but I'm just impressed by the pace that Aquinas has been playing at. Getting across this field, making the passes to each other, being adaptive in the moment, that's what sets a really good Rocket team apart from the rest.
No, I can definitely agree with you. They're almost getting caught out. Speaking it shall appear type situation here, almost, for Kaz. Saw, bringing this one off the side. Plenty of boost to be spoken of. Solid first hit.
Ooh.
Defender cannot get to it. O2SU now striking for the first time in game number 2. The first score, I guess I should say, in game number 2.
Yeah,
Saw just on the other side of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Saw putting it in goal, and honestly, Powder turning into sawdust with a poof. Unfortunately, getting stuck in goal right behind that. Like you said, I don't think Powder is fast enough or reactive enough in this goal as we've seen in this series. Sure, the offense is there, but in the net, the man kind of poofs up.
I'm with it. Everything that could be purchased in game 1 was bought all the way up by Powder there. Every single opportunity that it was, this is a little bit of a breakaway. Okay, looking dangerous out here. Powder gets his eyes set on it. The shark eyes, right? The second islands is coming over, but immediately the demo is there. And that really does stop offensive opportunities for Aquinas. I can guarantee you part of the comms, dear Nuke, in between games 1 and 2 for O2SU was simply talking about how you get Powder out of here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, mental is everything, especially in a game where you're able to get these massive comebacks like Rocket League and hit these reverse sweeps. So playing the mental game is also part of it for sure. And that's exactly what Aquinas has tried to do. This may be the first shot opportunity. Powder trying to take on goal. Not going to get there quite in time. OTSU being a lot faster to this defense.
Ooh, Saw from the top rope right here. A little bit of backboard action. 103 will now be your fastest goal on broadcast here with FBI Tugboat and Nuke. We had Hypheria and Bass, or if you're cultured, Base and Hypothermia, as chat said. Bringing the action, but obviously I was not there for that. So I'm, probably a faster goal than 103. But that's what we're going to count here for this competition today. Shot up. Saw gets there first. Defender still there. Aquinas College a rolling. What a back shot right there from Treads to block this one away and now get O2SU with this offensive stance.
Yeah, they're playing this midfield well, I tell you. And as I say that, Aquinas getting a demo and possibly creating an opportunity for themselves. Powder pushing up midfield. Stocks doing nothing but rising, as we love to see it. Kaiserreif trying to get a great angle on goal. Didn't quite turn the car fast enough to get the touch they were looking for. But there goes Saw again off the post. It's barely not going to make it, but Stocks knocks it in. That was almost an insane play by Saw.
That's 1. That's 2, I believe. That's 3. And I think Treads did get that. So that's 4 out of 6 players, 2 on either side. They got a hand onto this goal. A lot of shots, a lot of blocks. Aquinas College coming out on top in that most recent engagement. O2SU still up by a goal, but one goal of One right here can be easily found left, right, and center. Aquinas College just needs to bring this one out again. Plenty of time to do it as well, right?
Oh,
55
definitely.
seconds.
Ooh!
Oh my goodness. Oh my
As
goodness.
we
Not until
say
Kaz.
that,
Yeah, right?
disaster strikes in the form of a knife in the back. Kaz, once again, hitting it over Powder. I gotta say,
no, you're right.
Powder doing amazing with these shot opportunities, but in goal is just not hitting, not getting there in time.
Yeah, just not as good as it could be. I guess that's the positive way you could put it, right? We always want to see relatively well-rounded players on both sides, but at a certain point, if you just want to focus on this competition, not talking about between this matchup and the next, right? Because that's definitely something you want to pay attention to. Rocket League is too fast to pace a game to have like clear-cut roles. But as of right now, unless this is something can be fixed between games 2 and 3, because we will get that definitely. Even if Aquinas College come back at this, which is looking unlikely right now, guys, at a score difference of 3. And of course, Ontario Tech strikes back, O2SU strikes back. We'll be getting at least a game 4 on broadcast. Just a finish point. If this is not something that can be fixed between games 1 and 2, between games 2 and 3, excuse me, or games 3 and 4, like not having Powder do just all the things offensively and have his 2 teammates do more of the things defensively, then just lean into it for right now, right? Aquinas will eventually keep on with the demos and whatnot, but until then, keep the pressure on. Right? I mean,
yeah,
the game plan doesn't seem like it needs to be fixed or changed or altered, anything more than that.
They seem to be doing really well in the air, which also makes me think that maybe they should take these challenges a little bit more to OTSU in the air. Challenge them in the air rather than the net if you know that you're going to have a better opportunity to, regain control.
Gotta always look for that regain, of course. 4 seconds. This one's done and dusted. Can't score thrice in that many seconds. Aquinas College might be 2-4, might be 5-1. Doesn't matter. This will be a O2SU tying up factor in game number 2. 4-1 in this one, which actually does yield, of course, our larger score lead, our larger score difference, right? For O2SU, for your Ontario Tech State University. Then Aquinas won in game number 1 at a score difference of 2. Only minor numbers, of course, only minor differences, but still.
Of course, but I mean, it's still factors in. I think what we've seen from game 1 to game 2 is definitely Kaz feeling a little bit more comfortable in the role of passing, and Saw just going through a rampage in that second game. I was honestly quite surprised to see it, but looking at Aquinas, we actually saw a pretty fair back and forth between Stocks and Lemon, with Powder obviously falling short in the goal, but still maintaining that aggression in goal. When they're able to get these plays set up, Aquinas does a great job of passing to each other to set up.
Rocking this one off the top right here. That I can guarantee that would have been our fastest goal, and we got a couple inches, well, centimeters, depending on where you're from, a difference away from that one. Saw up and down, little bounce in action. That's going to be a fast one as well. We'll check out the speed on this, 101.95, so not quite 1.275. Pretty damn close. Bounce action right here. Now, did you catch it? Who was that on the other side? Who was that playing the back position? I was trying to catch that on the second replay.
Was it Macaulay Culkin? Because it seemed like no one was home. Home was alone, and that door was wide open.
Just abandoned right there. I'm not afraid anymore. Oh, man. 35 seconds into this one. OTSU strikes first again. Now here in game number 3. Is this a theme that we're going to see again of the team that strikes first ends up winning here in Nuke?
It may be. I would like to see a little bit more play from Aquinas in this game, just be a little bit more aggressive. I'm noticing now they're keeping I think 2 defenders in goal whenever OTSU has control, which may be the play moving forward. Just got to worry about them double commits now. Lemon playing to this backboard, Saw ready, but Kazaref going to take it up the midfield. Tread's going to continue the trend. Stocks kicking it back. Saudi going to stop it in the midfield, and it looks like Aquinas is finally getting their momentum.
Yeah, and that's really all that Rocket League is about. Not the first 2 casters to say it by any means, but all about momentum,
right.
More so than many other competitions. I'll say that. Up and down, and Stocks finds it. Fantastic stuff. Talk about control. This is just such a perfect angle, and then from Again, this top rope. No need for a second touch right here when you catch O2SU looking again like that.
I can 100% tell you, Tugboat, I was invested.
There you go. There you go. Sell, 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 right? As it's coming in, if you're O2SU, then the goal lands and you want to buy, right? Stocks up to this one. Rising and falling indeed. You talked about that earlier. Stocks back out. Stocks on a run of their own, but no boost in the tank. That is a heartbreaker here. That was almost like literally picture perfect defensive situation and offensive situation. Now that's O2SU. Yeah. It sends one across the bow right here and almost gets the same Kaz up and down. Kaz just a little bit too high.
Yeah, Kaz not quite getting the tilt they were looking for and left them with a different tilt instead, unfortunately. It's a 1-1 game with 2 minutes and almost 50 seconds left. This could be anyone. Lemon popping it up, getting it over right in front of goal. That's going to leave Saw with the opportunity, but Stocks seeing it as well. And I'm seeing more challenges, more 50s coming out from Aquinas. I think it will reap its benefits for sure, as they have found themselves struggling on the back foot, stumbling, if you will.
Frequently happens on the back foot. Can't be playing Rocket League from there. Great point here, Nuke.
Right.
1-1, tied up situation. Both teams can be decently happy with this after the tie-up situation, but again, talk about momentum, right? O2SU really would have liked to have at least held that lead, but definitely make it more so, right? As it is, 2 minutes away from seeing the formal overtime situation. As I say that, Aquinas comes about as close as they've come to scoring without actually doing it so far in this matchup. Lemon showing up in spades. Love to see it.
I believe that was a 50 as well off of Kaz's car. That was a great play from Lemon. No, it was off of Saw's car. Yeah, great. Hit the left side, got them in, and got them the advantage in the series. Exactly what Aquinas is looking for. They are looking for their first game of the season. This is the typical underdog story coming out from the Bulldogs. The St. Bernards, I believe.
Oh. I was
mascot.
so lost. Yeah, no, I got it. I zoned out for like half of a second, and I just heard St. Bernard's, and I was just, sorry.
You were like,
95 seconds left in this. Dog where, right? There you go. What a millennial. 2-1 for Aquinas College. O2SU coming so close to tying it back up. Plenty of time left, dear fans. But still, once again, we've seen some really flashy, fast, and high-flying shots. At least shot attempts, I should say. Past 90 seconds, 120 seconds or so.
Very true. Stocks looking for one of those flashy shots. Popping it over to Lemon. Lemon getting the turnaround, keeping it alive on the side. Not if Saw has anything to say about it. Putting it over above Kaiser. Stocks trying to regain control. Demo's going to come out in midfield. Who was that?
That was an offender and a defender completely whiffing, 100%, right in front of goal. This one just started flirting with that goalpost right there. My, oh my. O2SU got to be kicking themselves for that. They've been on offense for a little while here, but there's nothing getting past Aquinas for right now.
Aquinas definitely slowing down their game, doing a great job of just playing in the moment and waiting for it to arise rather than force the play. Lemon putting it on the left side. Kaz trying to take it back, but we're going to see a little bit of a back and forth. OTSU now off the posts. Saw trying to get it in, but doesn't quite get the timing right on that.
No, they do not. Lemon racking this one across the left side. Aquinas on the defense. 7 seconds to go. O2SU's last chance. Stocks brings this one out like significantly. That'll be it here for O2SU's game. What a spike down. Like they're actually playing volleyball. Love to see it. Love to see it. Aquinas College striking twice now. Once in game 1, once in game 3. And now taking match point right here against O2SU. That is the Ontario Tech State University.
Yeah.
State University, right?
Yeah, I believe State University. It says Ontario Tech University, but why would the S be there? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Super.
That's what I'm
saying.
Super University.
I just say that because I am admittedly ignorant of most things Canada, but I thought they had provinces, not states. So
true.
I don't know. Ontario Tech Super University is what we'll call it until we get confirmation here. Playing well, like it as well. 2-2 record right here, looking to make that and push it above that even 500, right? Everybody wants to go into week number 6 with a positive record. That will not be possible, of course, for your Aquinas College squad, but they're still looking rather swell right here. O2SU 2-2 with Aquinas College 0-4.
Playing in the
Student
midfield
Union.
is
Student Union.
Student Union. Yeah, we were both looking that one up.
Yeah.
I had to know as well. It was bugging the brain. Happy that we now have our answers.
Oh, what an American way to look at it, right? Like just seeing SU on anything and just immediately assuming that if it's not like state blah blah college or whatever, it's SU on the end. Whatever.
I feel like I almost feel like you baited me just as hard as Treads baited Aquinas into this defense and saw picking it up for the first goal, kicking off Game 3. Aquinas up 2-1 in the series.
Yes, so the theme that we talked about, the question posed, will this team that strikes first end up taking the game? It was broken. That happened in Game 1 and 2. Does not happen in Game 3. So we got nothing to go off of here in Game number 4. O2SU just coming off of an L. Nobody put up goose eggs yet, and I think that's really important, right? Like nobody's put up 0 goals across a 5-minute game. And we have also not gone down to an overtime situation yet. Now Treads showing up here. That says only 1 goal for this player, but I could have sworn they had both.
They passed it up last time.
Got it. So assist and goal.
It was the assist and the goal. Yep. So Treads having a massive impact in this Game 4, like you were saying, Tugboat. I think that it's going to come down to possession and how well they play around it. Ooh, man, a goal almost getting lobbed in for OTSU.
The way this is angled, there was like an orange banner in the back, and so I could not see this player, and so I just thought that was like the biggest open goal that we would have seen on broadcast yet. But that's not the case. That's not the case. Aquinas College here, keeping the dream alive. Kaz rotating around, an easy attempt right here, but obviously you put this up so hard like this, the rebound is going to be super easy. Now, this would have been Aquinas College's ball on offense if that wouldn't have been such a weak takeout attempt.
Yeah, unfortunately, they tried to get the pass over. I just felt like it was too weak. Didn't make it in time, and they kind of just lobbed it back and forth. Speaking of lob, it's going to get lobbed straight over Lemon. When life hands you lemons, you don't make limeade, my friend. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. Powder wasn't able to get there in time either. And Lemon.
I like it.
Yeah, Lemon, unfortunately, not coming in clutch. OTSU now up 3-0. This is the first time I think we've seen this in this series as well, unless if we saw that in the Game 1 with Aquinas ahead. But OTSU, nonetheless, with a massive lead in this Game 4.
Shot across the middle. Like you said, yeah, 3-0 lead, and there's another looking at barely getting that one out. Aquinas College not willing to go so quietly into a Game 5 situation. Once again, them up 2-1 in the series. Aquinas College still looking for their first match win as well. Their first match win, people.
It could be tonight. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
Like it's going to happen.
Would say.
It's going to happen within the season. Like the way they're playing like this, definitely going to happen. But will it happen tonight? That is the question.
Exactly.
Yeah, win 2 games, this game and the next one, to have that become a reality.
If you're OTSU, then absolutely not. But if you're Lemon Powder stocks, then you're investing, hands down.
Oh yes. Bye.
Lemon Powder. I love how that comes out.
Oh yeah. Back on over towards this middle. Powder, great hit. Lemon should be able to pick this one up. Members of OTSU not really on the defense right there. Kaz actually playing a great play with a very little, right? That was Lemon almost at the own goal. Yeah, I saw it too.
Yeah, I was
but
stressing.
Kaz playing everything that his position allowed, and still coming out on top with a huge rebound. There's no reason why Aquinas is on defense right now, actually. It is because of the takeout from Kaz earlier.
Yeah, they're not on defense anymore, though. Lemon popping up, almost getting it off the backboard. Unfortunately, not grabbing that one. Stocks with a great back pass straight to Saw.
Man, oh man. Okay, so far we've seen Aquinas the past 90, 100 seconds or so kind of taken negative value from going so fast, right? A lot of these shots, just by taking simple 50s with high-level Rocket League players, all 6 of which we're seeing right now, when you go up with these very, very obviously no like real fancy footwork attempted, that is going to be blocked away 99 times out of 100, right? Like these players aren't just going to give up open nets very frequently. Rattling around, but again, kind of going back to my point, like this is... Yeah. Like these players know exactly what's going on, like right, like there's no like wonkiness even being attempted really on the ground or like crazy fakes or flip resets. So that's just going to be like an easy peasy block away. And then frequently, because Aquinas is coming in so quickly at these, O2SU has been able to pick up the offense very, very quickly because the rebound comes out and covers half the field.
Yeah, that
Like look at this right now. That literally got to half pitch.
Yep, you're 100% right. It seems like when you make those plays consistently, you're going to be able to read it like a script. And OTSU adapting to that style of play rapidly, like you're saying, Aquinas not really schmoving on him, needing to bring out a sense of that finesse that's necessary to get it around these defenders, because OTSU is doing very well of switching from offense to defense so far in the series. You give them possession, they're going to run away with it just like they have this game for.
It really has. We are staring down the barrel of the biggest score difference here. The largest, I was going to say like largest and biggest. That's what happens when you speak too fast, people.
Ligist.
4-1. Or no, excuse me, 3-0. I can't even do my math right. My English was failing. Now I can't even do my math here, Nuke. Need to have gone to an NECC school, right?
Tugboat.exe has stopped working.
There you go.
Has crashed.
Please don't send any feedback. 3-0 win for OTSU. Oh my God, OTSU. Which of course again ties the largest score difference. Both of Ontario Tech State Union's team has gone forth and won by 3 score difference twice now. That was in game 2, now in game 4. But again, the goose egg situation that we talked about, the critical situation that both teams wanted to avoid, is what Aquinas just did.
Yeah, now they're left sitting with that golden egg in their lap. On the gold side, it may be their good luck charm in Game 5, or it may be the sign of their demise. Setting it up in front of the goal, OTSU going for a great option, but it's going to get passed back downfield. Lemon going for a pitch, but not if Saw has anything to say about it. Cutting that through right there and getting it over to Trends, who will take it downfield.
I'm trying desperately to remember. We have plenty of time left, so I'll mention this. If I remember right, like the whole tale about the goose who lays the golden egg was like kind of a parable or whatever about how you should be happy with what you have. I can't exactly remember. No, I'm reaching here. 60 seconds in. No scores right here. I gotta get up to date on my American folklore or whatever. 65 seconds in, no scores on board. Go ahead.
No, it would be American folklore. You're right. No, whatever to that. You right. Just as Kaz is just as confident in your story as he is with those flips, almost getting it in Aquinas' goal for the first goal of this game 5. Both teams proving they won it and turning up the gear. But as we learned from the last game, maybe that's not what Aquinas needs. They need to just play at their own pace.
Yeah, and again, that's playing at your own pace is, of course, in and of itself, like controlling pace of game, and that kind of goes back to what we were saying about momentum in a lot of ways. This is Aquinas trying to take this one out. We've seen a decently split offense. Is this back? Oh, Lemon gets a bad second shot on this one. Stocks will have a shot. That's up top, but Lemon could have just gotten this one by themselves. Like, this is pretty open net right now. Kaz just comes flying into this one and tries for the redirect outside. Comes really, really close to it, honestly. But Stocks just simply gets there a little bit faster. Just like that, Aquinas College striking first. 1-0 lead as a game 5. Might as well have been a best of one, right? A one and done. That's what we're down to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was a great play from Stocks, looking at the options and making a call when necessary to stay behind Lemon, get in when needed. Kaz, taking it all the way in and just flipping it up. Powder's going to try to get there, but Aquinas is just going to let that happen. Look at that.
Oh, Powder goes for boost.
Yeah.
Powder goes for boost. Like, this makes sense because he does almost get there. Like, Powder does off this sidewall now after picking up the big boost. But given that you could have hit 2 of them probably on the way, 2 of the small, that's a total of 24 at 12 apiece. I think that would have been enough boost to get whatever you needed done, especially with the momentum that he had. Like, obviously going straight directly at it isn't the move, but you just saw the answer for that, like the redirect around this rounded area on the back, right? I don't know. Powder, yet again, if Aquinas College drops this, it's not going to be for lack of Powder's offensive presence, but it might be the lack of Powder's defensive presence. Just like that, OTSU puts this one up as Powder's chasing across the middle and Stocks is left looking down bottom.
Yeah, Stocks was in goal ready, but Saw was there.
Powder, oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be too negative, but Powder's coming off a big boost on the right side again.
Yeah, Powder be running through that boost. It's like you're saying earlier, Tugboat, they're playing at OTSU's pace, and when they have the ball, they're doing great, but when they don't, it's a struggle.
Oh my god, another one, dude. And this, I'm really not trying to be too negative or mean right here, but how many goals does this have to happen right in front of Powder's face where I stop feeling bad about saying this? Like,
It's really unfortunate. It's
three
the
in, like,
tale of this set,
10 seconds.
unfortunately. Yeah, three. I mean, just like that, OTSU was in the lead, and I believe Aquinas got the first goal of the game.
Yeah,
So
they did. Like, and that was not like super early, like no like single digit seconds into that. But Aquinas taking the lead and then dropping that in literally, I think it was 19 seconds across those, like 25 seconds of like real time after replays and stuff like that. That is decently crazy. Again, at this point, if it's not something that can be changed, and obviously it wasn't in between games 4 and 5, just let Powder go on offense.
Oh, no.
Straight up, just let them rotate, let them play this. And then again, a very weak. I'm just gonna stop mentioning it. Sorry.
No. You bring up very good points, which I think that will be valuable when they look at this VOD review. Because why would you not VOD review a game 5 situation, right? Powder trying to take it up and oversaw. Kaz gonna stop it in the midfield. We're seeing a little bit of a cluster come out. Lemon looking for the opportunity, but Saw taking it back once more. I think if Aquinas can keep it on blue side, if they can keep it on Ontario Tech's side, they have a strong chance at the series.
Lemon on the other side. Great double up on the other. Saw was right there. And that's going to be a fantastic job of now O2SU getting on offense. Till Stocks has something to say about it. Not going to drop perfectly right here. Kaz almost own goals in this one. O2SU's defense reeling for a second until they get that rebound out for just a second. They should be Stocks able to bring this one up. Actually does for a second and gets demoed immediately for it. Kaz, O2SU, slow offense right now. Powder tries for the takeaway and misses it. Lemon goes up, hits it, but doesn't get a full takeaway. Stocks, the last player alive. The 11th hour does take this one. Powder across the bottom, gets a great block right there. Now sends this one running across the middle. Lemon up and down. Lemon continuing on.
There it
It's
is.
gonna be Stocks.
Wow, what a play. Lemon did a great job of holding it there, recognizing the rest of Aquinas, the Bernards, the pack was on their way. Stocks nailing that one in and almost making this a tie game 5. Very close.
Yeah. What we have seen a score difference of 1, we've seen a score difference of 2, we've seen a score difference of 3. Nobody knows where this game is going to end. 30 seconds left. I can guarantee you somebody else is going to score after this. Might even be an overtime situation if that's Aquinas in that scoring position. Kaz over, Kaz up, Kaz on the second. It's going to be sad. Saw. Sorry.
Yeah,
On
Saw.
on the fourth.
No, but look at this. I mean, no one's in net. No one's home. Macaulay Culkin's scared, trembling, shaking, and shambles. And Aquinas left with just a prayer and a dream.
It is possible. I have seen it happen before. I was not old enough to witness the I don't know what year Olympics this was with the USSR.
Oh
my God! Okay.
Getting it in with 14 seconds left. This is the opportunity Aquinas was looking for.
Yes, exactly. It was. I'm out here waxing about something random. Stocks. Shut up the casters. Love to see it. Love to see it. This is 14 seconds left, and then a possibly indefinite pseudo overtime volleyball situation after it, in which Aquinas, as long as they keep a ball aloft, will be able to get another score. 7 seconds away from that. We have a couple more bounces left in this ball. Back on over to the middle. That's up and that's down. This is starting here. Big shank from Kaz. No more time left up top. This touches. That's done. Lemon up and over. Barely kept up by Stocks. Stocks bringing this one out. That's a solid run. Kaz popped.
No!
It barely touches the bottom. O2SU. In a little bit of a comeback situation. Not a reverse sweep because they were not down by 2 games.
Right.
But almost here. And this is not for lack of trying either. What is that? 13 shots attempted for Aquinas and 9 for Ontario Tech, but Ontario Tech still able to take this one in the very, very end. Brutal stuff.
Man, Tugboat. And what a nail biter game 5. They really brought out all the cards, and I felt like by the final 3 minutes of the game, both teams were hitting that sweet spot in the shift that they were looking for all series. Just beautiful stuff from both teams. Highly recommend if managers, coaches, whoever is watching the broadcast, they definitely have them look back at the broadcast because there's a lot to be learned from this series.
No, I 100% agree. 100% agree. This is Ontario Tech now improving to a 3-2 record, moving on into Week 6 next week, and Aquinas College moving on down, unfortunately, to a 0-5 record. But once again, not for lack of trying. Oh my God! You know what I just realized? That is Aquinas College's 3rd out of 5 3-2 losses. The
Ugh.
first was in week 2 against the Queens Golden Gales. That second was against Northwood Black, and obviously Northwood pretty good team right there, taking them all the way to 5 games and barely dropping. Now the Johnson and Wales Blue squad did take him down 3-0 fashion, but even Ottawa's Garnet squad still lost 1-3. This is not really an Aquinas College squad that loses by goose eggs, loses by sweeps, loses at a 3-0 scoreline across matches. But unfortunately, the result is still the same here, and their third 3-2 out of 5 games. Some brutal stuff right here. With that, though, I do believe that's about as much as I got. We got other games, other matches coming up here, and we're actually behind schedule a little bit. So unless you have something else here, dear Nuke, I think we're going to move on and get this other game up on broadcast.
I'm ready and raring to go.
There you go. There you go. Very short break. We'll get that one set up, guys, and then some other games will be up on broadcast here soon. Don't tune away. We'll be back in just a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League action. I'm Nuclear. You saw previously Tugboat and I were in the booth, but now I'm joined by a new man in the fray. Hail, the Monkey Man has joined the booth. Monkey Man, glad to have you here. How you feeling this night?
I'm feeling fantastic. It is an Atomic Tuesday, which means I get to hang out with someone's trying to split an atom, and that is your nuclear energy that I got to watch from the sidelines, and it is a pretty energetic type of moment to be able to be along with you here now in the booth.
Likewise, it's been a while. We've casted on the same teams, but they have been too terrified to put us and slate us on the same roster. That all changes tonight with University of California Davis taking on University of British Columbia. We have Gunrock the Mustang taking on the Thunderbirds. Monkey Man, I don't know how this is going to turn out. Both of these teams seem to be at the top of the Emergent Cyan division.
It is all of the difference of a few games in one series. 4-0 go UCD. And quickly off the kickoff of the UBC Academy, trying to be able to make a statement. What's the difference? Thread the needle and able to get one in just a few seconds.
Over here in Iowa, we call that a 2-second nope. Let me just sneak right past you. Get straight to the barbecue sauce in the goal. UBC scoring the first and setting the pace for this series. Now we see obviously both of these rosters. They got some teammates on the side of UCD. We're gonna see Tom, Papa Rob, Rome Destroyer, and Gifted Gecko gets the second goal for UBC.
Gifted Gecko, he is actually one of the few people that gave us a fun fact. Would you like to know what it is?
Ooh, please. I need to know.
They like milk. It makes the bones strong, which apparently is the difference maker right here. Able to be just that much stronger already within the first half minute of play, trying to be able to get a hat trick, which would be one heck of a statement to be made against UCD, who is right now struggling to just set up their identity on the offensive half. But a quick strike, and it turns into a field trip that is just all rained out.
Ooh, Gifted Gecko likes milk indeed, because I'm telling you, you need milk to make that cake, and the plays are looking sweet from this Gecko. Papa Rob playing in the midfield, passing it around Salamance. Gonna drive straight past, and as you know here in the NECC, Salamance flying in, scoring the first goal for UCD.
I was a little bit curious as to when we would find a little bit of better pass, and then all of a sudden Papa Rob goes from the top rope on down and says, hey, I got something for you, son, from the top rope, and able to drop one straight into the box, so has to make a defender jump. But whenever you have that good communication and that better read, it turns into an opportunity, cut this lead in half, and UBC Academy, they enjoyed a run. They enjoyed the milk lover himself, but it's going to be 2. Oh, no, Salamance. That was a tough read.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't get that critical strike necessary and was a little too fast, offsetting it off the side of the goal. Gifted Gecko gonna get the defense, but Grunt is there. Grunt with the bump. Salamance just taking it nudge by nudge, looking for a small goal opportunity. Grunt putting it in front. Papa Rob not quite there, as now UCD finds it on their half. Trying to find something. Gifted Gecko puts it on the post. Not quite there. They are pushing for it, but as we know, this is the Emergence division. There will be a couple of high-flying cars that, sometimes hit the ball where they want, and sometimes it goes in another direction entirely.
And sometimes that's just about consistency. Actually, that's not even sometimes. That's all the time. And if it's all about, hey, I'm going to go up for this this mechanic, I'm going to try and make this shot, well, you got to have someone to be able to answer for. And the Rome Destroyer, Rome wasn't built in a day, but it can be felled just like this. And Rome Destroyer has been able to see that time and time again, able to set up a great would-be transition onto a dime, onto the line, and able to get this one back to a 2-goal lead.
I wonder what happens whenever they meet someone in a lobby called Rome. Do they just fall in shambles immediately?
They just win. Spear straight to the chest. That's either that or they just show them economically how they're just going to do terrible. Something like that.
Well, absolutely. I think Rome Destroyer is tearing down these walls that UCD has put around them. UCD trying to do everything that they can for the advantage here, but it seems like their rotations are just a tad off, and they're playing a little too patiently. Once you see the opportunity in front of you, you have to seize the day, as they would say.
True. Hey, they've been able to seize at least a few separate opportunities. Also, shout out to Papa Rob going full old school in that top hat. I think there's maybe even a cane antenna, as well as those whitewash wheels. Man came out trying to look classy. Sometimes Dad busts out the barbershop quartet looking duds, and this time around it is a little bit classier than it used to be. Looking for a breakaway instead over the midfield line, as UBC Academy keeps everything just fine in front of them. But we've seen some transitional touches that just haven't been profited upon. I need to see Salamence be able to hit these. He's had a surplus of them. I want to see them get even more.
Yeah, Grunt with a great midair challenge, and Salamence pulling out the protractor, looking exactly where that angle's heading, getting it upfield for Rob. Rob trying to keep this corner control over to Papa Rob. Fortunately, not going to find what they were looking for. UBC now pushing it up on UCD's side. Salamence going up to pass back a little bit too far. Rome Destroyer putting it straight in. Off the side, looks like it could go in, but Jared Paul is going to take it up on the left side for UCD.
I do like that Gifted Gecko has just made sure that this pitch has been tilted away from his squad, and that one's going to go on target, throwing a spear straight to the chest and able to make sure this one splits the difference. It was a great setup by Gifted Gecko to give him a chance and a shot. Low side 90, right in the thick of the defense.
Yeah, shout out to Gecko with the great plays in this game. 45 seconds left on the clock. Seeing both of these teams pretty even on these kickoffs, aside from that, obviously, first kickoff that went straight off to the side. Papa Rob trying to get it off of J. Paul's car. J. Paul not allowing that to happen, and Rome Destroyer putting it mid. Salamence might get there before Gifted Gecko. Back to Rome Destroyer, who's up. Salamence gonna put it over and foil any plans that they had strategized there.
Yeah, this one's looking like it's pretty much done and dusted. We've got 10 seconds left. It's 4-1 UBC Academy. They came out feisty and fighting, sending the Aggies at bay. And Gunrock, he's going to have to be able to get a little bit more of that horsepower to help him out. The Academy, deep down in the desert for UBC, will be able to take this game number 1 of our best of 5 set.
The Thunderbirds came out striking hard and fast. UBC showing their dominance in this set, and looking across the board, what's crazy is I want to look at this MSOE, Emergent Cyan Division team, because they're the only one to have beaten UBC so far in the season. They lost 0-3, so that's got to be a pretty crazy team, because UBC showing their hand here and beating UCD, who's currently 3-0.
And then you kind of look across the way, comparable, because MSOE White was actually 3-0'd on the opposite side by UCD. And so then it's kind of interesting to see that is your main measuring stick. You have one sweep and then one sweeping. So kind of all right, where do we sit between the two? And right now, UBC is trying to be able to jump the stack, maybe get themselves into a number 1 position, whereas the Aggies are trying to stay perfect on the season right now. They've only dropped 1 game all season prior to this matchup. Well, now count it 2 has been doubled up because of UBC.
And this may be a little bit more than 1 game they have to lose at their disposal. Hide your kids, hide your wife, because UBC Academy is coming for that 1 win on UCD.
Start off with some early pressure, but Papa Rob, he will tip his hat and tut his cane as Grunt is able to win it just past Gifted Gecko. Gifted Gecko made for a fast play, and then J. Paul just on the back line, unable to respond. It was Papa Rob that kept his eyes on it the whole time.
Yeah, Papa Rob with the ferocity in this set as well. Did great game 1, pushing the advantage for UCD. I felt like every time they had advantage, it was because of Papa Rob pushing it upfield. Salamence with the opportunity now, almost own goaling Rome Destroyer, putting it across in an amicable situation.
Papa Rob's going to rotate out. He's going to call for reinforcements, and it comes in the form of Salamence. Ooh, nearly able to get it past the second initial goaltender, rather, but now a shot coming forward as Grunt will have to leap. He digs that one out, got his 5-foot-long shovel, is able to make sure that one goes yard.
Papa Rob now putting it midfield. Rome Destroyer keeping it up. Papa Rob once again, is that goal open? Oh no! Trying to go for the sauce. Jared Paul will not allow it, will not stand for this. We'll put it back. UCB now in control. Gifted Gecko popping it off the side. But Papa Rob is not playing around. And Salamance putting it up. Jared Paul trying to stop midfield. Rome Destroyer turning around quickly. That's Rob going for the goal shot, but Rome Destroyer will be there to defend.
How difficult is that to do? You have to not just make sure that the initial touch is not going to be a shot, but definitely when the pass comes over, you have to be able to make that midline read to take away then the second man's shooting opportunity. That is very, very difficult, and able to do that in time. And then Papa Rob is able to get a touch just before the post to keep this one kosher and nothing for UBC.
That was an expert touch from Papa Rob. I mean, had they misplayed that in the slightest bit, it could have been an own goal. But the angle was there, and Papa Rob with the top hat showing why they're a gentleman.
Hey, sometimes you dress it and then you just manifest it. You become the Papa. And
Well,
be able
they've
to see
impressed it.
Yeah, they have. And they're going to see if they can go full dad mode out here more than ever I could be able to profess. Grunt trying to be able to get a flick. Instead, he leans back and loses possession. Gifted Gecko left with the gift. Oh, and he's going to be able to tumble it through. The Gifted Gecko is a mighty dinosaur and is able to move through too.
And what a great play from Gecko. But I'm telling you, had Salamance and Rob cleared that out in the comms and said, hey, I'm going for it, hang back for a second, they would have had a much better chance because it stopped right in front of the goal and just rolled in 2 miles an hour. But that does put them up on the board now. UCB 1-1 against UCD in Game 2 of this best of 5.
UCD, for all the pressure that they've been able to maintain, haven't built upon this lead, which is, something unfortunate and something that starts to irk in the back of your mind. All right, do we have the ability to put UBC on their back foot and put them on their heels and then actually get some better offense going? They had a great strike, but we've given away some possessions that probably should have been put at least more threateningly to the back of the net with sub 2 minutes to go. They are currently responding to the offensive posture of UBC, and they're getting challenged. Some of these passes have been pretty darn good. I want to see some individual plays now starting to get in some work as well. Salamance will find a goalie.
Yeah, Salamance almost with an insane play, but they had to double up in the goal for that one, recognizing the dragon at bay, putting it down to Rome Destroyer. Rome Destroyer now taking it up for UBC. UCD trying to keep this pressure. Papa Rob passing it midfield. Back up. Salamance will be the one to stop it. Turning around, narrowly missing it on the right side. Papa Rob's going to put it up to Grunt. Grunt to Salamance. Salamance going for goal, but Grunt going to put it over. Papa Rob left in front of the goal. Will it go in? Papa Rob scores, and Papa's bringing home dinner tonight, folks.
Oh, Papa Rob showing how the old folks pop and lock. He backflipped into it. He had pre-jumped thinking, okay, this next pop from corner is going to go into the box. I'm going to have to leap upon it to go. So he went too early, skipped on his cane. He's able to skip out on the early bird special, but still is able to just drive in reverse to get that one towards the net. That's all they needed to be able to reestablish this lead.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a great play from Papa Rob, opening it up for UCD. They're now ahead, and all they have to do is really keep possession, keep it on UBC's side. If they're able to score one, great. But they can't let UBC coming back strong, trying to get a goal. And this is what I'm talking about. They can't allow it on their side at all. Just get that out of here.
It's now going side to side. An elongated possession, but a great touch as Jared Paul is going to have to chase after his Salamance, though, trying to give it over to Papa Rob. That's going to be a shot on target, and it's going to be in. That one might put this game away. We'll get to see after this next kickoff. Great focus, a great pickup, Salamance, and a great dish by Papa Rob to put it underneath to the goal line.
And I feel like that dish was served very, very cold, nailing this one in the coffin almost. It seems as though this game is going to be 6 feet under, 5 seconds left. UBC needs nothing short of a miracle to be able to get anything here. That's going to be it. UCD taking game 2. And man, it felt to me like Papa Rob went downstairs, opened up the fridge. You know, it's 9:30 here in Central Time, 10:30 over in Eastern Time. Opened up the fridge for a late night snack, and instead found the sauce and has been flaunting the sauce ever since.
You know, I was thinking that you're about to say he got mad because his favorite ham had a bite in it. And he said, I've been saving this one since last week and I smoked it just nice and fine. But maybe he's bringing the sauce for that in particular because he's trying to have his own meal and he's telling kids, it's not yours. And he's pissed now. And he's been able to take this to the pitch and have all that energy possible to be able to just insert his will. He had a hat trick, 3 out of 4. And I love the speed that we got to see out of UCD. They were missing that. They had a lot of efficiency in their overall offense, and then were able to shut down UBC anytime they came over the midfield.
Oh, every time it felt like UBC was really cramped out that game. UCD just taking it every inch ahead of them and keeping that pressure up. I've really felt like is what has reaped that reward. Now 1-1 in this series. This could be anyone's series, Hail Monkey Man.
It very much could. We're in that now best of 3 style territory in this best of 5 since we've split everything apart. One player that I want to see a little bit more of who has had flashes of brilliance has been Jared Paul. You see him going early on that leap. He's shown a lot of speed, and I like the mechanics that have been slowly but surely eking out from his corners. Great pass, trying to find Gifted Gecko in transition, and in that translation, it will turn to go the other direction, but Rome Destroyer will slow that down, give UBC another chance.
Speaking of translation, it's all Greek to me. Papa Rob putting it up and getting a demo in the air, saying, get out of here, fly space is closed. Grunt going up for a great shot on goal, but it will be stopped by Rome Destroyer. Salamance now looking in the midfield, but Gifted Gecko, gifted indeed, putting it down, saying, I got a little present for you, UCD.
Oof. And it nearly turned into one that will go straight on target. As Rome Destroyer looking for a pinch, he'll be able to find it off the wall, but Grunt finally getting a nice dig between wall and car. As he splits the difference between, finds the ball. It will be Jared Paul that does not connect. And, you know, this is one of the longest times we've seen for possessions in these games to have not turned in at least one goal. So both sides really contending for that match point in earnest with a very serious nature to not have the disadvantage go against them. Salaman's going to be left in this corner all alone, and he's going to try and drop it to a teammate. It will find a clear and maybe a breakout play.
Absolutely. Salamance now putting the pressure up, but it is going to get stolen immediately by Gifted Gecko Rob with the defense in the midfield. And I feel like you're able to pretty clearly see the players that are playing with patience and pizzazz on the field. They're definitely looking for these plays like Jared Paul is, exactly what you were referencing to earlier, Monkey Man. Looking for that opportunity off of the backboard. Jared Paul notices the shot, takes it, aims, fires, and there we go.
You know what? That's what he's been looking for from the perimeter. He got to have Rome Destroyer dive forward after a double commit to make sure that one stayed on the wall, and he never lost sight or track of where that ball was ultimately going to be and where the other players for the side of UCD ultimately fell. So UBC will take profits where they can, and stonks are high right now. Jared Paul over the midfield line will slow down the Aggies as they try to go forward. Oh, just missing the opportunity to take a shot.
Yeah, unfortunately, those opportunities could be everything in a series this close. Ooh, speaking of which, Gifted Gecko trying to get a sneaky and cheeky pick off the right side of the goal. Not quite going to get what they were looking for, though. Gecko almost going in, and Salamance shaking in their boots. Left in shambles, almost unsure what to do, but saw the opportunity afterwards and is now taking it up for the team, boys in blue at UCD.
Papa Rob and Salamence. Those two really have showcased their skills and their efficiency throughout the contention of these first two games. But it's been Grunt in his challenges, in his just 50-50 ability, and just playing with that level of consistency. He's now stepped up to the plate for UCD Blue, trying to be like, hey, look, we're falling behind. I don't exactly know where Papa went. But, you know, the sauce may run out, but the boss is still here, and I'm trying to be able to be the workhorse, be that grunt, and provide you that chance. A great flick, but it just won't be on target. Papa Rob at least stepped up for the opportunity.
Yeah, Papa Rob almost creating something there. Putting it back now, Jared Paul's going to try to get the 50. They're going to pass it in the midfield. Salamence won't quite fly in time. Grunt now putting it off the side as Papa Rob rotates back, recognizing they have position. They're rotating and ensuring that they can get it back on UBC's side. Grunt putting it up on the post now to Salamence, who will be felled in mid by Jared Paul. This is a comparable spot to be putting this ball right now. Jared Paul taking it back, putting it up. Will anyone be there on the off foot? Rome Destroyer will, but it'll go just off sight of goal.
That was a long offensive that I thought ultimately was going to break down a wall, as we've seen so many cracks in these bricks as Stone by Stone been able to make sure that UBC doesn't break through and get a second, maybe game assuring goal. Instead, we've now been able to rotate our way forward, and these could be last desperate gasps to be able to gas out UBC, get them off their goal line. That's going to be a great challenge. Salamence, it's going to be Grunt. He keeps in the corner. This is 2-0. They got to be able to take a shot. It's a double commit. They fly from post to post, coast to coast. Papa Rob going to be able to jump this one up. Gifted Gecko brings it back to the wall. Is anyone going to turn? Grunt, he just lets it hit the floor, and that one will be death at the door as UBC Academy, they'll be on match point ahead in the game 4.
And quite unfortunate, Dr. Seuss, as we're watching UCD, unfortunately falling a little bit behind. It felt like they had the pressure up most of that game, but they just weren't able to get the shots on goal. That last 6 seconds, I almost thought they were going to take it into overtime, but UBC coming out on top thus far, 2-1. Now they're looking to end the series, wipe their hands, and walk away. UCD's got to bring the pressure this time and rearrange these shots, tweak it a little bit, and get it ready to go and find that line they're looking for.
We didn't have as much stellar passing out of UCD that we did last time around. UBC was winning from the perimeter battle, lots of backboard play, lots of sidewall play, and you got to see that really made prominent between both Jared Paul as well as Rome Destroyer. Those two, and just allowing kind of Gifted Gecko to receive, I guess, maybe the trash flow and put that back in the canister. And now maybe these are going to be the garbage men that will take the trash out at the end of the day. We will see. But UCD Blue, these Aggies, they got to be able to fight true. We go into game number 4.
Oh, they're going to. They're going to do their best that they can do. Grunt putting it in the midfield. Papa Rob looking for the opportunity, but UBC, Salamence almost own goaling. Great angle there. Ooh, over the top, over one. Grunt will be there to stop it. However, it's now in the corner of UCD, and Papa Rob here to show that dad energy. Salamence putting it in the midfield. Rome Destroyer now passing it back, and Grunt trying to get it up, but it is going to get stuffed by UBC, and they now find themselves in a great position to score.
First minute of play, trying to just maintain position, but Salamence gets a little bit ball blind, and oh my goodness, nearly off the tip of the nose to redirect in. Rome Destroyer, he would have been able to take that clip home and frame it. Instead, first 60 seconds of play, we are still knotted up at nothing. UBC, again, they are testing this defense every step of the way.
I'm losing my mind over here. That was a great backflip from Salamence, popping it out of goal and halting any chance UBC had to score. But there it is, Gifted Gecko, the lizard, the befamed dino takes it in the goal. Oh. Massive T-Rex energy.
I believe that he scared them all off. They went out as quickly as they could between both Salamence and I think it was Papa Rob. It could have been Grunt. It was two very kind of darker colored cars. Regardless, holding hand in hand, to try and take down the fateful Stego, Supersaurus, whatever they want to be, the T-Rex, the Megasaurus Rex, whatever they are. They're prehistoric, they're Jurassic, and they're on top right now. And that is a minute and 40 coming up and now gone in this game number 4, where UBC still hangs on to both the game and series lead, and a big save from Gecko.
Oh my gosh, transitioning as necessary. Offensive man or defensive man, the gifted Gecko does it all. And what amazing plays we're seeing from UBC. Papa Roach trying to pop it in. Rome Destroyer says, what if you don't? Hear me out. What if no?
What if nay? What if nay, I say. But instead, I think it's Gifted Gecko that will intercept these attempts to be able to get out of this corner, and Salamence will find a clear, finds a dime, big bump onto Rome Destroyer. He will be able to turn right around. Grunt not being as efficient with the ball this time around. That'll be, again, a pickup by Gifted Gecko. Gifted Gecko honestly went a little bit quiet and relied a lot upon Rome Destroyer, and now he's waking up. He's really pushing the limit of what UCD can handle.
Pushing indeed. I mean, pushing him to the edge almost. UCB coming out in this game 4, just another team entirely. I would dare say, you know, they're looking like they could play a little bit of a division up in how they're playing around each other. These passing plays, the defense plays, everything just seems to be on point for UBC, and UCD has a lot to handle right now. These shots have to be on. Papa Rob finds the angle and gets the first one in for UCD in game 4.
There's a person that's pushing P. It's Papa Rob, as this man is positive that he's going to push towards the net every single step of the way. It comes off a bank, and I was a little bit concerned because he had actually forced up to try and go to that near side post and get rid of the goalie alongside Salamence. He rotates out, comes right back to the play, and says, you know what? It was never in question. I'm here to make it work. But a double commit, and Papa Rob's going to make a save again.
What a save from Papa Rob. You know, Dad got to bring home that income, and unfortunately, Rome Destroyer barely missing that shot opportunity for UBC Academy. Unfortunate. However, Papa Rob working that 9 to 5 with a double demo coming out from Grunt. Oh my gosh, there's so much action happening in this Emergent Cyan match. I don't know what to do with myself.
Well, you could be finding yourself looking straight down into a game 5 if UCD can transition just fine. And Papa Rob has now, he's feeling it. He's in this moment. He's like, you know what? I've got my arthritis medicine. The kids are away, and my wife is having a great time, which means everything's going right. And I'm gonna make sure that we fix everything up going throughout the remainder of this last minute of play in game number 4. UCD fighting for the right to party. Another big tap down as Papa Rob absolutely going to the top shelf to stop everything, and Salamence will stop that next shot.
Gifted Gecko now on the corner, pushing it up, but Grunt trying to get something downfield. Rome Destroyer almost own goaling. That was almost a no bueno. Papa Rob putting it under. Working this 9 to 5 must be hard. Yes, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Papa Rob on the job and ready to get it done. Almost putting it in for UCD. UCD needs one more to take it into this game 5. Otherwise, we're going to see an overtime situation. Oh! The shot from Jared Paul will secure it. And with 2 seconds left, that may be all she wrote for UCD.
Rome Destroyer, he's destroying hopes and dreams and giving chances to his team to be able to turn the one across from them into a meme. UCD, they've got to dig it out, but no one's there to catch it. Papa Rob can't get there in time. And UBC Academy will take it in 4. 3-1. Go the Victors.
The Thunderbirds come out victorious. And look at that across the board, 3-3-3. Everyone carried their own weight, and UBC Academy is a team to be looking out for moving forward. I don't know. I'm almost to the point of just throwing my money down on them to win the entire thing this year.
Ooh, that's a heavy stake to have. We still have UCSB, who is actually only they are also undefeated. So we get to see maybe how that one will turn out as well. But in that number 3 position, and they were able to take down number 1, and now put a little dirty mark in that loser column, put a 1 there, and so that's you get to own that spot, and then they will flip positions. So we'll get to see how that game differential will play out. And that was a wonderful Emergent Cyan division matchup, and it was awesome to be able to cast alongside yourself, Nuclear.
Likewise, Monkey Man. It was a wonderful evening. And like you said, our tags right here, right below, right over there. You should go follow Hail Monkey Man at Hail_Monkey Man and me at Chase Newcomb. We're here. I'm here every Thursday, definitely for Overwatch action. But recently, I've been here on the Tuesdays getting that soccer action. The update just came out, and I know that everyone is rearing to go, ourselves included. We have one more match here for you this evening. As for me, I'll be jumping off the mic. Grant will be jumping on, my very good friend. And I think that's it. I think we're going to call it. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to call it that. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned for Co-College versus UNA Gold.
Welcome, everyone, to the final matchup of the night for the NECC Rocket League split. I appreciate you being here on this awesome week of play. And of course, as me, Hail Monkey Man, I get to join our final caster of the evening. He's been here for a few before, but you know what? You get to see that beautiful face at least one more time. It's Captain Atsoka. It's so glad to be able to finally be in the booth alongside yourself, sir.
Absolutely. I've heard a lot about you, but we never got to spend some quality time together. So this is going to be nice. And honestly, it feels only like 2 hours ago I was here in the booth at NECC. Just seems like so long ago. But guess what? I'm back alongside, of course, Mr. Hail Monkey Man, which probably has to be the most beautiful red beard I've ever seen.
I appreciate that. That's the only red beard I get to have. It's the one I get, and then after this, it's gone forever. So we get to now see our last match, which will be gone forever after it goes away. It's in the Navigator Cyan division. We're in the College Cohawks versus the UNA Gold Lions. So let's see if this will be a roaring start, which it seems like it will. The Cohawks already flying high.
The Co-College what now?
The College Cohawks.
That could be a tongue twister if you say it fast enough. But the defense was not fast enough to keep up with COE College. Already coming out of the gate with 10 seconds gone, and they scored their first goal. I got to say, that's pretty fast.
That is a very quick, and that's a rotation that you're going to be able to handle, especially off the kickoff. Those are always a little bit sus. You get to see, all right, who's ready from the word go. Another strike will be coming forward, but it's a soft bouncer, so UNA Gold already trying to press the attack, see if they can press the issue and press forward for another offensive stay. It'll go the other direction, and Co-College trying to establish some more real estate behind them.
Yeah, well, right now, UNA Gold is doing a really good job at operating at the midfield, even though they are operating with a 1-goal deficit now. Could be 2, but the shot is not on target as Galleon looks to go high and back to the side. And now taking this one back into COE territory. The pinch out has a player in the mid, gets the pass off, but the save will come in.
That is ever so necessary, because if you didn't get that nose on target, that would have been a death knell to the back of the net. And instead, we go to an offensive stay as Foxicity will try and drop it into the stripes, give Galleon an extra chance. Ducky rotating away, seeing if he's going to fly in south for the winter, but we're nearly in the spring, and these guys try to be able to compete for a chance to stay hot on the docket. One going to the opposite direction, hits the side wall, and we're on offense all over again for COE.
Oh my goodness, I felt the heat through the microphone. That was definitely some hot shots being taken there by COE. Well, guess what? It's now UNA's turn to take some shots on target here. This one going up high, back off the backboard. The shot will follow up, but it will be blocked. Now back down towards the middle. And right now, COE College are struggling to get out of their own half as this one will be on target. Off the crossbar and in. It is half flip dip to get the equalizer and tie us up at 1.
I've seen half flip and dip a few different weeks in a row, and the man is always half flipping and dipping from that crossbar, and it is oh so sweet. And reminds me of the dip and treat. You just go from as high as you can, plunk it down to the sugar, and then you take a big lick, and it's exactly the kind of taste these guys get after getting a nice tying goal. And they're going to see if Co-College will be able to respond in earnest.
I mean, they should. They were able to score the first goal of the game, and honestly, they've been pretty on point with their aggression as well. It's just UNA was able to turn the tables and get a nice fast break play on that last drive, and they will attempt to do it again. Foxicity going up into the side. We'll leave it for the teammate. Has a blue trail on it, but goes off target. That might have been the difference maker between saving that side post and the goal.
Professor Sparkleton just barely losing out, and this one's going to be a possession. Oh, it ends up on the sidewall. I thought that was going to be a nice centered play. Foxicity at least trying to force the defense to stutter step on their rotation. Half flip a dip will be an option as Galleon flirts nearby, trying to shadow offense a little bit against this one. It's a pre-jump, and it's going to be Ari with a nice touch as Galleon had put that nearby. I thought they're going to try and jump up a little bit too soon. Good patience on either side, but still stalemate at 1-1.
And here we go, Galleon now will get 50-50'd out towards the side again. Ducky looks to take a turn, but will whiff instead. Unfortunate as Ari DeBoy is going to be taking this one out towards the mid, but the shot coming back with the rebuttal once again. It's none other than half flip and dip to put this one in.
It's a good couple of touches, and Ducky actually stalled out on the rotation, putting everything on Professor Sparkleton, and You know, based on that flip that they were going with at that post, you could tell exactly what happened. They went to that near side. They were trying to be able to come up and jump to the shot as it went to that top 90, and then they just kind of got stuck in midair. So a little bit unfortunate, but Co College, they started off with a great breakout play. UNA Gold have been a little bit more consistent in later term in game number 1.
Not to mention, to me, UNA Gold seems a little bit more synergized. They're actually going for calculated plays. Their communication seems very much on point because, as you said already, they've been pre-flipping. They're right there to receive the pass every time it finds its way to the midfield. Already, we can see the communication paying off in earnest for UNA Gold.
Ducky was able to get that boost, but turned just a little bit too narrow in that attack lane, leaving isolated the final defender. I think it was Sparkleton on that back corner. And what a bullet, what a find from the midfield on up to be able to turn that one into yet another goal. So we got 3 in a row off the rip after Co College was able to get the first. And the Lions roaring forward. Galleon trying to put another one through, and they will. That is now 4 on the board.
You know how your team is speedy? You know how you know when you have a fast-paced, speedy team? When you take a shot so quickly off the jump, you cause the defense to literally bump into each other trying to save the shot. That is some speedy offense, and now UNA Gold will have a 3-goal lead.
Oh! Talk about, hey, now a 4-goal lead. And that's how you know you have an even speedier offense and a speedier squad. You've now got the hat trick with half flip and dip, able to make a quick speed flip into this kickoff and plink it off of the would-be challenger's forehead, and it redirects straight into the net. So, bit unfortunate, but when you put in the pressure situation, it's going to be the Lions that are continuously putting pressure on.
Yep, I love watching half flip and dip take shots because there's nothing I love more than a little plink play. And that was just a good read coming off of the kickoff there, scoring back-to-back goals in mere seconds. And now Co College trying to mount some type of momentum as we get ready to head into game 2. I don't want to call it too early, but this seems like it's UNA Gold's game to win.
You've been able to pencil in the numbers, and you're about to go over them with pen to really have them in the record books, but you're kind of looking at them narrow-eyed and wondering, all right, will anything else go through? Will a miracle happen? With under half a minute to go, Co College and the Co Hawks, they've been unable to get a single game win yet in their 4 series of play. They came out with a burst of speed, flying high, but then they were grounded by the Lions. I want to see just a little bit more efficiency as we head into game number 2, but this one pretty much seems signed, sealed, and delivered and good to go.
Absolutely. And honestly, I was completely shocked and surprised to see 5 unanswered goals relinquished by Co College, especially since they were able to start off so quickly and get the first goal on the board. But it's not the first goal that only matters. It's all the rest of them as well. And UNA Gold just got more of them.
It's not about how you start. It's about how you finish. And
Yes.
these guys were finishing like just madmen, always targeting to the back of the net. And UNA Gold, a great bit of efficiency. Going to give a lot of that to half flip and dip. I mean, just continuously being a bully to the backboard and a bully to the back of the net. It's sometimes just making the best of when the defense really kind of falls apart and then just putting it through. Sometimes the open net is the scariest.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what was even scary for me is when we transitioned back to face cams and I forgot the face cam was there and I got caught playing with my mustache. I was just trying to finesse the end here, just like half flip and dip was finessing that entire match, going up high, getting the backboard reads, coming off with those fast break plays out of the corner was really the MVP of that match and definitely was putting up shots on the highlight reel.
And I think we're going to be able to see a little bit more of that. I just want to see the defense out of Co College not get caught with their pants down. They strike just fine. It's about the rotation, where it will be taken advantage of, because even though they're not double committing, they are kind of narrowing the zone that they're able to keep. And of course, already from the kickoff, a little bit of confusion. Same thing to be said for UNA. The Lions will have to retract and recover, cooping into what could be another offensive play. Professor Sparkleton will leave one behind. It's basically a foot race, but it will be Foxicity who is cut off. Half flip and dip, trying to put this one on target. It falls to the wayside.
Yeah, don't sleep too much on half flip and dip, because not only can they score, but they can pass as well. Once again, half flip and dip is going to put this one in the perfect for position for Galleon to come in and dunk it on not one but two defenders, hitting that upper 90, and now taking the lead by 1 with only 45 seconds gone.
If I had tried to do that pass, I would have boomed it to the other corner, and instead just kind of a little scoop, just enough to get it floating over the front face of that net. Half flip and dip, a little bit too furious and too fast, and they were able to just encroach a little bit too far. But got to give a lot of credit to the UNA clear game. This one comes off the side, half flip and dip, looking to streak through, but Professor Sparkleton is trying to get some level of possession for the Cohawks. Give themselves a chance to breathe, but still they're under fire.
I couldn't help but notice that we say Professor Sprinkleton's name a lot. They're constantly coming up in conversation, and even though they might not be the biggest benefactor on the scoreboard, they are still getting plenty of hustle points. They are spearheading a lot of these plays just now. As we see Professor Sparkleton transition from defense to offense, they really put the pressure on early, and they are the ones spearheading a lot of these plays.
And that's good because you need someone that will at least get the consistent touches. You have to have a workhorse. You have to have someone that will give your team a chance to breathe. That's going to be Ari. That tries from the midfield, and of course Ducky, who's trying to be able to take flight. You have a couple of different birds, I guess, cohabitating inside the same person, as Cohawk and Duck form a mighty pterodactyl of sorts. This one will be able to move its way over into the offensive half, as now Sparkleton climbs the ladder. That goes ceiling down. Will they be there in time? Ducky to the backboard. Is a third going to encroach? No. Professor Sparkleton, again, we call their name because they're trying to keep this one on the offensive side and give Co-College a chance that goes the other way in a very quick succession.
Now we see half flip and dip, but oh no, hold the phone, feels bad, man. But Ducky 23 sends this one flying south for the winner. What a pinch like this. Good gosh, what a shot.
You know, there's teammates that try to do that on purpose. And then when you as an opponent come up to the goalie and that just happens to just right between each other, you can't draw that up any better. It's beautiful. It arcs its way very quickly, and so does Professor Sparkleton as they're able to draw themselves up on a defensive play. Foxicity, don't think they meant to get that second touch. They were just riding momentum to go across the arch of their net, and Galleon again will get a second goal for UNA to get themselves the lead back.
Yeah, Galleon making it look oh so fancy here, getting the sharp turnaround and then coming right on back to send it into the back of the net, right underneath the crossbar. Again, great shot placement at a high speed, making it very difficult to save. Some of the best in the business wouldn't be able to get up to that one, but now it is a 2-1 lead in favor of UNA Gold.
Foxicity actually gave this one away. Ducky, a premium chance, and still another. Will he be able to turn around? It will be Ari DeBoy able to put one through. And this is just making the best of a crazy situation because Foxicity had left it, and they weren't be able to take advantage or take responsibility for the putback. And all three from Co-College, that was what we were missing. We're not getting all the passes and all the fanciness, but we're getting consistency of play and better vision and game awareness to strike while the iron's hot.
And don't get me wrong, all props to Ari DeBoy. That was a great shot and a great play. But did you know who had the pass on that one? Who led the way and made the play? It was Professor Sparkleton, the unsung hero. And like you said, the workhorse, the one who gets the hustle points. And again, leading the charge for Co-College is going to transition this one back into the UNA side of things as Galleon will now take control here, leaving it for half flip and dip, who's going to try and get the backboard pass, but Foxicity could not follow it up in time. Half flip and dip now on the retreat will get the touch out of the corner, following that one up and down. Here comes Galleon again, but Co-College is there to knock that pass down.
And it's all, again, Professor Sparkleton. He's got a PhD and working hard and getting W's. And the second part is part of his thesis that he's working on right now. Up to the backboard. Ari DeBoy. He's unable to read it. Professor Sparkleton trying to be able to force Galleon to make an early read. This one's going to go forward. It's a double commit. And it goes to the backboard one more time. Co-College with a minute 10. Uh-oh, and Aaron touch. And everyone is diving at it. Ducky waiting patiently, realizing chaos in the box maybe looming, and Co-College all over themselves, not punished as this ball's flopping at the midfield line.
I gotta tell you, Hail Monkey Man, I love casting with you so far. Not only do you have a beard of hot fire, but you apparently can spit hot fire. That was some speed casting, the likes of which I've never heard. But half flip and dip is gonna continue some speed of their own, getting this touch here right at around the midfield, taking nearly a half-court shot and putting that one right on in. And then Foxicity is just gonna let that one fall. If they wanted to, they could have got a cheeky little goal steal, but hey, better be safe than sorry and just let that one fall.
I would have tried for the goal still and just slapped it straight down and out. Yeah, it would turn out terrible. Yeah, no. But good on them to be selfless in that moment. And of course, good on UNA Gold to be able to press when they need to. Ducky pressing forward. Great challenge. Professor Sparkleton to the opposite side corner. It is 20 seconds left. Everyone from the Cohawks, they have the moment within them, in front of them. They just have to turn it up and turn it on. What? Okay, Magician, that Foxicity. I thought there was a player there, but through the black smoke, the fire, and the flames, they disappeared, and so maybe have the chances of Co-College in game number 2 to tie up this series. It'll hit ground, and they will hit pay dirt. UNA Gold, the Lions go 2-0. We're on match point before we head to game 3.
Yeah, and honestly, I didn't think that was going to happen. I was expecting to end in a 1-1 scenario, 1-1 scoreline going into game number 3, but oh well, UNA Gold has different plans. They want to end this one in a 3-0 shutout.
Yeah, and that's a little unfortunate because Co-College, they have not been able to pick up a game. They've seen nothing but 3-0s, but they are working their butts off. Professor Sparkleton, he's going to be my little, the small gold star MVP. It may not be the one that you get on the scoreboard, but doing absolute work for Co-College. And when we look at what has actually been accomplished from the side of UNA Gold, this one is kind of a misleading record. They are 3-1, but one of the teams that they did get a win off of was a forfeit, and then MSOE and Colorado Mesa are part of the lower stack of teams. So this could be a squad in Co-College. If they were to come back, I wouldn't be too surprised because I think this is one of their, like a huge challenge for them, especially because it's a team that maybe you're supposed to beat, but has to be able to climb to that measure of challenge themselves to get out from the bottom. But regardless, we go to game number 3. We get to see if the Cohawks can rise and soar above.
Well, this is their time to do it. No time like the present as we are underway. And already we're seeing the pinch come out from the side of Co-College, and Foxicity with the return volley gets cleared away yet again with these long booming clears. Galleon there to pick that one out, but gets knocked loose by Ducky. And the clear will come out from Ari the Boy and send this one towards the UNA Gold territory.
Oh, he's bumping a little bit and causing a double commit as Professor Sparkleton, if he can just keep with this possession, will he half rotate to get nearby? Ducky will steal some boost. This has slowed down considerably. We've had a surplus of goals throughout the entirety of the series so far in these first 2. Bit of a back pass. And I expect this one to be a little bit more narrow in the margin just because it is for that match point that we have right now. But this one will go possibly be a waterfall. Galleon trying to pre-jump. He doesn't have much in the way of boost. Negative angle. That's a nice bit of a dunk pass. Won't be able to respond. But still, it's the Lions that are pressing forward. In the first 90 seconds of play, we're still scoreless, 0-0. That's good tidings for the Cohawks.
Absolutely, and they nearly got on the board first, but don't forget, UNA Gold is talented on the defensive side of things as well. But to touch on to the point that you were saying is that we are seeing small improvements in Co-College. In game number 1, it was more one-sided, whereas in game number 2, they had a lot closer of a scoreline. Now here in game number 3, they are still holding UNA Gold 0-0. So we're seeing in this team, this lineup that has been able to adapt and improve in small little connotations, as if they came back from the dead, being in the back of the net, were able to come forward and get that save.
I am just very surprised that Ducky was able to get there. Everyone dove, and Ducky was about 10 feet deep in his own grave, and that net just seeming like a pit of misery, but instead it becomes a pit of hope and dreams that everything is made of. It's Co-College are keeping UNA Gold out from their back half. Half flip and dip. Hasn't been able to score as of yet. He's been a monster, a weapon in the arsenal and armory that is the likes of UNA, but a big save will be able to get personified here. Professor Sparkleton, no boost, just enough to be a threat. But they got to retract back and recover, or else it could be another strike from UNA Gold.
Yeah, Kokal is playing a lot better this time around, as now Foxicity is going for the pass, and we'll find Galleon there in the middle. You can hold him off for a long time, but you can't hold him off forever. It will be UNA Gold to find the back of the net first.
And it has been some back wall play, some resource management on the likes of their boost, as well as just double committing. The communication has been there, but not been clear. It's about as clear as muddy water. Oh my goodness! Galleon, did you just get this off the tip of your nose? Hold on. Just enough. Like, just the air off the side of the ball.
That one had so much finesse in it. At first glance, I thought they didn't even get a touch until I saw the speed start to increase on the ball. I was like, wait a minute. I thought that one missed, but somehow they just got the tip of the nose onto the ball to put that one down and in. And now they have themselves a little insurance as we go under 2 minutes.
Oof, they may have more if this one does bounce through, and it will be Galleon who is going to stay consistent and persistent as he will find the back of the net one more time. 3 times a lady, and this team has been striking hot ever since the word go. The first seconds, and now to maybe the final. UNA Gold trying to personify the end of the sweep of the 3-0. This one will plink down. Oh, crossbar saved him.
Yep, the crossbar can either be your best friend or your worst enemy. In this case, it was an enemy for UNA Gold, but who needs enemies when you got friends like Galleon? Look at this shot coming in. Galleon getting the touch, of course, coming in off of the touch from the defense, and then puts it back in. What an insane, big brain, calculated play coming from UNA Gold.
There's no way. That man is ridiculous. Like, we were seeing some awesome plays out of half flip and dip, getting a hat trick before. Galleon with pop off. He doesn't go off. He is on all the time. Is every single goal from Galleon? This guy's crazy.
It's starting to look that way. I think they're sharing the sugar a little bit. You know, they're giving some play around. Half Flip and Dip was able to come in, get some highlight reels in, you know, get ready to have their little demo reel set up for when they're looking for pro teams. And now Galleon needs to get some clips on there as well. Galleon putting on an absolute showcase here in game number 3. And honestly, this 5-0 deficit is just looking too monumental for Co College, but they still have just over a minute to try their might to equalize.
They do have at least a time to get some pride back on their name. They got to help me out here. Okay, don't put it in the back of your net. Start working forward. They have suddenly invoked the beast, and the beast is speed. Speed is a killer, and so could be the same said for UNA Gold as their passing is starting to get a little bit out of hand as they're trying to be able to back pass to them. But with 50 seconds left, they're playing loose and fancy free. They're feeling like, you know what? This one is done and dusted. We got to just put it in the record books, and then we can go have a popsicle afterwards. We would have to turn in one. Foxicity will get their name up on the scoreboard. We're sub 40 left on the timeline.
Yeah, and again, just Foxicity being oh so quick on the ball, just reacting very, very fast to the touches coming from the defense, and unfortunately, that goal was home alone. No one there to stop Foxicity from walking that one straight on in, but good on Foxicity for getting a goal as well. But right now, if I'm Co College, I'm still going to all-out attack. I'm going to try everything that I can to get on this board, because you don't want to end on a shutout. You want to end with at least some rebuttal against this unrelenting offense coming from UNA Gold.
You want to go in and say, I was there. I fought hard. And it sometimes is not proven on the scoreboard. And half flip and dip, he's going to get one that will bounce in for free. It is chaos in the box. If you're the players out there, this is where your resiliency has to kick in. And it's tough because you are fighting a season that you've not been able to find a win. And every single step is against some very tough competition. UNA Gold came out with a plan. They're going to start scoring. Oh, and then they wanted the Brazil. Oh, man. They made it happen.
Yeah, honestly, I was going to make the comment saying that now if you're Co College, you just want to score so you can get the Brazil. But I guess I wasn't the only one who wanted a Brazil. UNA Gold and Galleon wanted one. I don't know. That was a little bit much going on yourself. But hey, I guess just for the meme's sake, do it for the memes, I suppose.
Yep. Live for the meme, make it a dream. As it would seem, this team has been good to go from every single second that we've seen them. UNA Gold, the Lions, they roar and they soar as they upped the score. 3-0 goes the sweep over Coe College, and the Cohawks, they have been grounded for this week. And you know what? It was fantastic being able to see this competition again with you, Captain Etsoka. I know you were here just 2 hours ago, but it was great to have you for the final Power Hour.
Absolutely. That's my favorite time of hour is the power hour. That's when we operate at our peak efficiency, just like UNA Gold. They were able to come in and perform like an absolute powerhouse during the power hour. So absolutely, it was a complete pleasure to be here and actually finally getting to share the booth with you. So today ends on a very good note.
It does. And, you guys out there, thank you so much for being with us here at the NECC. You get to support your colleges, and you get to do so every single week, and week 5 was no different. So thank you again for joining us. I always get to round out the end of our Rocket League day. And make sure that you join us again tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. We're going to have some, Rainbow Six Siege, one of those games that I'm very bad at. But all these college kids, they're amazing at it. So why not come out and support your players and your teams and your schools all over again? Is it the wrong game? Okay, whatever. I'm just wrong about it. Either way, it's the right game. Okay, production is yelling in my ear. It's totally fine. Either way, you guys have a fantastic night. See you next time.